All right, here's my d20. I will roll it. 3. Okay, this is how this session is going to go, everybody. Welcome back to session 7. Last time we finished the session just on the fringes of Darkmire, where you went to investigate the notes you found on a couple bodies, one of a warrior named Bjorn Darkbear, and the other on an unknown druid scout or messenger. He was fleeing the mire to, who knows, warn others, maybe other members of his grove, his clan. But either way, it warned of many things in the swamp. Corpse flower, Catablipus says, and many of his fallen comrades in the muck, now risen as undead. There's also a huge troll that transformed into a werewolf under the light of the full moon and charged off into the mountains. Very frightening stuff. And then also the spirit that is haunting the mire, creating necrotic tempests and storms, where skulls appear in the clouds, bone-white lightning flashes, and necrotic rain falls and creates a greenish mist that covers the entire mire. So that is where we're picking up, just after the troll has run off into the mountain and you guys are looking for a place to sleep, to make camp. So you're near the swamp still. You're welcome to walk a little bit away from that if you wish. But essentially, we're looking for camp, and it's a pretty dangerous spot. So I will have everyone we can either do a quick skill challenge, or we can just quickly get past that part, because we can just roll a survival check for everyone to see how generally well you're able to find camp nearby the swamp. So let's go with that one. I'll just take the group survival check. Please, thank you.
Is that a mix of all of our rolls, or somebody we choose a roller? There we go. I like Tinner's roll. That was great.
Hooray, off to a good start. This is making up for the last 2 sessions of being victimized by the dice.
Yeah, everyone rolls.
Oh. No.
It's a group check, so if the majority of you succeed, then you succeed overall.
And it's what do we add to it? Or is it just a raw roll?
It's your wisdom.
Wisdom. My wisdom, Reggie.
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
11.
Okay.
21.
Yeah, you all pass. Oh, I need to roll for Ryan. Nah, that's good. You roll 13 plus something. So you guys all pass the check. The group survival check, you're able to find. We could say you walk for another half an hour away from the swamp, or so, and you manage to find a relatively secluded area. You know when a tree falls over, but it's in like a swampy area, and you have like the roots exposed, but it kind of creates almost like a makeshift area where you can create an easy shelter. Because of the soil so soft when the tree falls over. There's a nice little shelter area there. We have lots of those in our swamp down here. So you find something like that and are able to quickly put together some sticks and some fronds and create a very cozy little shelter. I need to go to my session notes. Where we left off. Oh, that's what happened. What the heck?
This reminds me of my days spent on the marshy lands of Dagobah. There's very swampy marshlands here as well.
That was weird. Those letters that I wrote last time, I was trying to move things around in my documents and accidentally put it in a header or a footer, and I'm like, what is happening?
Right.
My goodness. Okay. Excellent. All right, I found everything. Perfect. So, who's taking watch? First, second, third, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I
I
spend
can.
my.
I'll take second watch.
Second. I knew you're just your first then?
Mhm.
Okay, and then I guess Valentine.
I choose the third watch.
Then Rhino's technically the fourth watch, and he'll, as he usually does, wake you all up playing a ditty on his viol right beside your ear. Classic Rhino.
I don't suppose his exit from this will be a non-morning person waking up and not being thrilled about his presence.
Okay. So, Arnu, during your watch, let me mark this off here. Done. So, the last necrotic storm that roiled through here was a mini one. It only lasted for a few minutes. But as you guys, as the night goes on and you find a place to rest, another storm in the distance roils up again. So that storm is going on, and this time it is going to last for 3 hours. So pretty much your entire watch, I knew the storm's going on, and then it'd be part of second watch as well, with Tinra's watch. Luckily, you're not anywhere, like, the storm's not raining down on you because you're far enough away, but you can see that this one's lasting much longer. So going back to the swamp now would probably suck immensely. But
Yeah.
as you look over towards the skulls in the clouds, which you can still see from here, and it's almost like lightning is shooting from their eyes, it seems at times. You catch the glimpse of a dark shape in front of one of the flashes of sheet lightning. Because your passive perception is now 17, you can see things quite far away. You notice a dark shape, and it plunges to the ground. And to see if you can recognize what it is at this distance, I need you to make a perception check, please.
Okay. That was easy. 13.
13. It's kind of hard to tell exactly what it is from here, but you do recognize the shape of some wings and feathers. So it could be anything from a giant eagle to a giant owl, which is unlikely to be up there, or some other type of giant bird that came crashing down and landed somewhere near the mire.
So it seemed like it had been injured maybe by the storm and just fell out of the sky?
Yeah, it's like it was flying through and then the storm began to manifest and it got caught in the storm. Some very large bird. At this distance, you almost hear a shriek as well, like a very loud caw. But you also hear distinctly the caw or the call, and also a human shriek as well.
Weird. Close to what? How far away was that again?
It's like a half-hour walk, but
Oh,
that was just like a ballpark kind of say, like getting away from kind of things. If you wanted to not move away as far, like a 15-20 minute walk before you guys manage to find something, that's fine as well. Like either way, it's close but far enough away. It was the idea.
Might just wait Tinner up who's on the next watch, just sort of explain that happened and yeah.
It sounded like you wanted to
Far.
investigate, though. You can still get out there. If you have decent stealth, you can probably sneak out there. To take a second.
Yeah, I could.
You've
But you
woken
don't
me
have
up
to.
as well,
Yeah.
haven't you? So we could always both go
Yeah,
together.
Or you
That
could
way you've
sort of
got
take over the
backup.
watch and I could just do
Okay.
that for,
How will I know if you're in trouble, though?
Yell.
Just shriek loudly.
Ow.
I mean, the only way things are going to go really bad is if you wander into the middle of the mire. But if you investigate the outskirts, I think you should be fine. What is your? I think your stealth is decent enough. Yeah. Oh no, we lost something.
I'm still here. It's just a snack's arrived, so I'll just eat and have my camera off till I finish.
Oh, yes, the eating on camera.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it personally, but each their own.
I thought
it
the
pineapple
birds got
pizza?
her.
It most certainly is not. Stirrer.
Cautionary tales.
Fighting words.
All right, so yeah, just a stealth check from you.
Rolling terribly. And
No, sorry, was that 10?
Yep.
10. Okay, I heard the two part. I'm like, was it 2? 10.
Sorry,
10 is
no.
average. 10 is average stealth.
Almost.
So it's not close enough to alert any of the undead near the swamp because they're pretty dumb. They don't really have functioning brain parts. So you're able to make it over to where you can see, lying just on the outside of the mire, on a little bit of grass. You see a giant raven, and its rider kind of looking towards the rider on her knees beside the raven, tending to its wing. Now she hears you coming, especially the raven
Yeah,
as
I
well.
can
So
imagine they would.
so
With that,
so you actually hear the raven mimic saying something along the lines of "Intruder, intruder." I don't know. It sounds like a parrot. So the raven sees you coming, because it's passive profession. Wow, passive profession. If only. Passive perception is high enough to notice you with this stealth check. So the rider also turns around. Yes, go ahead.
Sort of put my hands up and just be like, I don't mean any harm.
Oh, jeez. I thought the rider speaks. I thought you were one of the creatures from the muck. And you look around and you see a couple of the undead or have been struck down. The crash definitely made enough noise to alert a few over here, but she's able to deal with them by the time you got here. This swamp, and you guys are on the outside, so the rain's still coming down, but you managing to still avoid the rain for now. But the rain will eventually make its way over here, but you still have some time. Is there anything you can do to help my raven Corvi? I think his wing is broken, but we took a terrible tumble from above, but luckily I had something to help. But I seem to have lost it. If you could help me find my feather of feather falling, I would greatly appreciate it.
Find your what, sorry?
Her feather of feather falling. So there's not on the nose at all.
So what does that look like? Just a big black feather or something? Because it might be hard to find in the dark.
It's a white feather. It's a sphinx's feather. It should be easy to find.
Well, that's helpful. Okay, sure. I'll look around for it.
Alrighty. Go ahead and make a perception check. Actively trying to search for this thing. I would say since you know what you're looking for, you have advantage.
Perception check, was it?
Yep.
17?
Yep, 17 is the DC to find this. So you managed to find the feather of featherfall. And she goes, excellent, thank you very much. I'll need to recharge it, but if we ever take another tumble from the sky, if we didn't have it, we wouldn't be so lucky. We slowed our descent just enough.
Do you want to come back? Do you think you could make it back to our camp? We're sort of 20-minute walk away, but it might be slightly safer than being right on the edge of this.
I think he can work.
Okay.
And she introduces herself as Bjorna. and she tries to lead her raven, Clorvy, to your camp. Now we'll have another self check since you have this injured raven, but I will roll for everyone here. My dice, where'd they go? Right there. So we got that's a natural 19 for the raven. Ew. Human didn't do so well, but what was your stealth check? Are you using the physical or the? You're welcome to still use physical because I find them much better. Not as cursed, rolling 3 5s in a row. That's Tinra's luck right there, with digital dice. Okay. All right. Oh, it did 2.
It's terrible.
That's
Well, they're
okay,
both
well,
terrible anyway, so
we won't take the nat 1 because that was the second one.
no.
But yeah, so unfortunately, as you guys trudge through the, excuse me for a moment, as you trudge through the swamp trying to get back, your foot slips and you plunge into the water. It makes a little noise, as a boot does when it splashes into water. And you alert a couple of the undead as they rise from the mire. So rather than rolling initiative to deal with this, you just tell me how you want to deal with these 2 undead that rise up, because those 2 will take care of one of them, and you can take care of one of them as well.
Remember, they may just be misunderstood.
That's so common. But
Yeah, I was about to say exactly
I
the
might
same
just-
thing.
I might just try to hit it with some arrows then.
Sure, yeah,
To get it down.
for sure. So yeah, go ahead and make an attack roll. We'll say just with advantage, just because rather than rolling a bunch of to hits, just roll one with advantage to see how overall. And then roll some damage.
22.
Yeah, that will definitely hit. So yeah, just roll some damage and see how well things go. Like how long it takes, kind of thing. This is mostly like a duration thing.
Right. That was 11.
That was a pretty good amount of damage. So yeah, you hit it right in the head, and it falls back. And then the raven chomp takes care of one. This is a giant raven. And it is it's like the size of 2 horses together. So it's quite a large creature. And now don't picture 2 horses together. It's a terrible image. But yeah, this is a large beast, large enough to ride it for sure. So its wing is injured. Corby's wing is injured, but eventually you managed to make it back to camp. I believe Tinra was waiting for your return, so she sees Arnu leading a rider, Bjorna, and her giant raven trudging through the swamp. And they settle down. And Bjorna explains to you, Tinra, as well, that her raven's wing is also injured. Because Arnu would probably mention, hey, we have a cleric.
Yeah.
I'm happy to take a look at it. I like animals, so I don't want to leave the poor bird suffering if I can do something to help.
Absolutely. So this would be just a medicine check to determine the exact nature of the injury, or you could just use cure wounds. It depends on how you want to do it. Like you can use healing magic, or you can use if you have any healer's kits or anything like that.
Yeah, I thought I'd do the medicine check first. I got 13.
Okay, yeah, that's enough to know. I don't know bird anatomy, but part of his left wing is broken in a spot, so you won't be able to fly. It's one of the main parts of the wing, the larger bone structure.
So I can maybe if I could get something to make like a makeshift splint or something and use it with my healing kit to give it some extra support while it's healing.
You could. Yeah, you could definitely do that. We'll just carry over your medicine check from before, easily enough done with some cloth. There's lots of sticks.
Yeah, I just thought if I do something like that, it's just I don't really want to use a cure on it because we might need that ourselves.
I'll say it's technically like part of the long rest, so technically all that stuff will be recharged. This is all part of the rest.
All right,
So
in
if you
that case, I'll do some healing on it and see. I better do a D8, hadn't I?
So what I did is actually wrote, since as a life cleric legacy rules, you have cure wounds always prepared, but it's the legacy version, which is 1d8 plus your spellcasting plus whatever else it says. I put in the description beside cure wounds that it's 2d8 plus your spellcasting modifier plus the spells plus 2 plus the spells level or whatever it is, whatever you usually add, plus 7
Okay.
now.
I'll do a couple
So
of
it's
D8
2d8.
for my manual dice.
Yeah.
That's 6. Oh, and 1.
So it's on the day. So 7 and
Yeah.
7 plus. So 14 is good enough to stitch the bones a little bit together with the splint. So the raven's well on his way to recovery.
That's heartwarming, isn't it?
And as you were leaving the area from the mire, you notice that the storm kind of roiled into that area. So it's a good thing you got out of there and dispatched the undead quickly, because otherwise the storm would have come in and you would have had necrotic rain land on everyone, and especially the raven has not wearing any armor. So successful interruption to watch. Excellent. All right.
That's good.
And you finish your watch without issue. Brianna kind of strokes Corby to ease his, make him feel comfortable.
Am I allowed to, while I was sort of talking to the bird and trying to soothe it and heal it, I would have asked her for a couple of words that it would recognise just so it knows I'm friendly and talk to it. So I just wonder if I could have a couple of words just so I can talk to it while I'm sort of soothing it.
Yes, she explains that he understands your words. He can't reply. He might be able to mimic a few, but he understands you just fine. In
That's
common.
good. Thank you.
He also speaks giant eagle, which is very interesting.
Talented bird.
Let's see, mimicry. Yeah. Alrighty, so Arnu, your watch continues without any more interruptions. And as she sits beside her raven, she explains that she was one of the adventurers out here. One that wasn't mentioned before, but she was investigating. Let's see here, what I got. Here we go. So I was investigating a strange beast that's been seen with the one known as the Observer. Seems to be his mount. It's a strange lizard-like creature with hornet wings. And I've been tracking that out here, but I lost sight of it in the storm. That was her job.
Tinra would like to ask if she noticed it. Did it have any regular patterns to its flight? Did it always come from a certain direction when it was carrying him, or has she noticed anywhere which might indicate it's got a lair?
Have you guys seen How to Train Your Dragon?
Yes, great movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's great.
one of the best movies of all time. So there's, that dragon with the tiny wings?
The fat one?
The fat one, yes.
Yeah.
She explains that that this creature's flight is kind of like that, in terms if you want it for a visual aid. This creature's not quite as fat, but it is awkward because these wings are unnatural.
Am I still sleeping?
Yeah, unless you were waking up, but yeah, you're still having a very nice rest.
Okay, good.
And the direction, this creature has come from the north. I was about to say south. Comes from the north, near Ravenhorn. And
Do you think its lair might be along there, or I just wonder why if you're out here, if you think it might be more lairing over near Ravenhorn?
Well, I suspect that this creature carries the Observer to and from the mountains. For what purpose, I do not know. I've only seen the beast. I have not seen the rider, except once.
Why have you been tasked with tracking it?
I have not. I have taken it upon myself to learn more information about this beast.
I see.
Seems to be the observer's way of getting to the mountains, and I wish I knew why.
Mm.
Which is interesting to you guys, because you heard the warlock Oystein, when you first met him, say that the observer, because you met him staring at you guys wordlessly through the big ward that covers the air section known as Blighthorn. And the warlock mentioned that this observer has not left this ward. But it seems that Bjorna is saying otherwise. Whether it's recent or not, you can always ask about that, but she's been doing this, trying to track this creature for several weeks now.
But she's not seen the rider.
Only once.
Although it's possible that the rider could be, the person that's standing there watching from the ward is an illusion of some type.
Mhm.
So when did you actually? How long ago did you actually see the creature with the rider on its back?
Oh,
And how do you know that it definitely was him and not somebody else?
So he's, let's see. I think last time we did the description, he's wearing a very specific type of armor with a flowing cape as well. And he's the only one of the undead who seems to be sporting that kind of equipment. So she explains, I'm pretty sure it's him. And he seems to fly with purpose. And I saw him, this would have been, let's see, you guys have been walking for, let's see, how many days now? I think it's been 2 weeks. It's day 15, so yeah, 2 weeks. So she, this would have been about 3 weeks ago when I first saw him. And then I have only been tracking the beast ever since, but it's very elusive. Seems to only come when called, and I've been trying to find its lair. I suspect it's near the tomb, though. Raven's End.
Mm.
So it seems
One of our places we've been avoiding going to.
yeah. Raven's End is actually tucked firmly within the ward, so getting to it,
All right.
you'd have to try and find a way that the undead have been using, like the tunnels. You have to try and find an
Yeah.
open tunnel, or the other option is just a longer way, of course, which is what you guys are doing anyways, but trying to find the wizard, Raven.
Because the Raven's End is where they first came from to begin with all the undead, isn't it?
Yep, yes.
So that's another link there.
Sorry, not to be confused with Barrow's End. I realize they both have end in the
Isn't
term.
Barrow's End the one to the south that we've been avoiding doggedly? We're too scared to go there.
Raven's End is technically Invor's Ravendir. But yeah, Raven's End is the common translation, i.e., the common language translation. Barrow's End is where Philbob the Necromancer has been researching the strange undead.
I also just wanted to ask: have you had any sort of warlocks or witches sent after you to attack you and stop you coming back to Ravenhorn? Just curious, as we've been attacked, and one of them had a note on them saying that we were not to be able to return. So I wonder if you'd also been targeted.
I have not been targeted by witches or warlocks. I've kind of stayed to the skies, kind of watching from afar. But if there's witches, there must be a coven nearby. Not to be confused with the Coven of Hags. Witches coven. Nearby in relative terms.
Hopefully, they're nice, misunderstood witches.
I
You can dream.
deliberately use my soul to cast magic, corrupting myself. I'm very misunderstood.
Could have been an accident.
Wish Hadar understood when he came back and shot invisible magic at you guys? Maybe.
It depends if he didn't speak English very well or a common tongue. He's like, well, then he was literally misunderstood.
But you have comprehend languages.
It's all relative. And I'm still
It's
sleeping.
all relative.
You're just talking in your sleep, aren't you?
Yes. Oh, Shadar. Irish accent. Oh.
Schadenfreude. Oh.
Why Smith's tools. Oh, all right. All right.
Elmira, stop praising Elmira. No.
No, you took
I
my
heard
magical.
that. Go back to sleep.
Um, and as you ask these questions, Tinra, our new settles in for her rest as well, and it's the rest of your watch now with a companion, which is funny because when I planned a couple little things to happen during that, I'm like, oh, I didn't expect them to bring the thing back because I don't think of everything. So, so now there's you have a second watch, but by the time Tinra, your watch is most of the way through. Bjorna and Corvi have kind of settled in for a nap as well. They seem to be struck by lightning. So they need their rest. So let me roll on the next encounter. There we go. So Tinra, during your watch, nothing eventful happens except one thing. You look over at Ryan now, and you
Yeah.
see he's having the shivers. He's shivering in his sleep, and while it is cold tonight, the temperature is descending, dropping, I think is the proper term. It's about negative 10 degrees Celsius. Sorry, Fahrenheit users. So it's definitely a cooler night. But in spite of that, you've made a fire, you're relatively warm. But he's still shivering. And as you look over to inspect him, you don't need to even make a medicine check. You can determine that he's having a fever. He has the
Yeah.
sweats. And he seems to have
Has
some
he been
symptoms
infected by something?
by something. And last time, the only thing you can recall is A, the mire got to him, or B, whenever that weird slushy familiar thing from that elemental exploded, he got covered in some of that ichor.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else I can do to help determine what's up with him, other than a medicine check?
Yes, so there's a couple things you can do. You can cast, I can't remember if it's actually ritual or not as well, but you can cast Detect Poison and Disease.
Yeah, I think I've got that on my sheet. Just a sec. I'll double check. I'm fairly certain I picked that one. Yes, I got that one, so I'll cast that and see if it gives me any clues.
Yeah. So you cast the spell and you see he, for lack of a better term, he just lights up immediately. And you can determine that. I always like to think of Detect Poison and Disease like the tells that the spell reveals the nature of the disease.
That would make
Um,
sense. Otherwise, it wouldn't be very helpful, would it?
Yeah. I don't think it's actually worded that way, but it's more fun to have it worded that way. So you kind of see swirling bands of blackness around his body, kind of like in a swirling pattern, similar to that vortex of water you found last session.
It's a
It
bit
seems to
worrying.
be, yeah, it seems to be a little vortex pattern, kind of like around his chest area, his heart area. And that's the tell that this is indeed, as far as you know, Rotblight, because it's not in any other known disease. In
Oh,
any other
great.
known disease? Great English, yeah. It's not another known disease you may be familiar with.
So it looks like he's got Rotblight, so he's got about a month before we've got a month to save him, basically, before he becomes undead.
It's been a couple days, so you know at
Yeah.
this point, lesser restoration would be enough to cure him at this point.
Right, okay. I don't know if I've got that. Let me have a look.
I believe you do. And the new rules, lesser restoration is now a bonus action instead of an action. So I made note of that as well beside it. Because it's always prepared. It's one of those always prepared spells as well.
Okay, well, I'll cast that. I'll just update to say I've cast that.
And immediately you see the swirling aura subside.
Why is that
And you
not
see,
updated? Just trying. I think it's frozen on the. Oh, no, it has now updated it. Hopefully, it's just showing up to cast 2 spells on there at the moment. That's fine.
yeah, it's fine. It does its thing, and you see his shivering subside. Moving a little bit closer to the fire, and he seems to warm up. And that's all that happens on your watch. Which is interesting. Let's see. Yeah, the interesting thing is that it has that swirling motion, so it seems to be concentrated in. You've noticed that a few times. So let's see. How much would you?
But
Go
does
ahead
it
and make an
start off
Arcana.
in someone's chest generally? Is that what I've kind
Yeah.
of observed from seeing infected individuals? It tends to start there.
Yeah, go ahead and make an Arcana check for me, please.
Okay.
Let's see.
I just managed to click on the wrong thing. Let's try again. Oh, for goodness sake, that's not 2. That's no good, is it?
This is why we use physical dice for better averages.
Yeah, I know.
I'm kidding. It's just always seems
I'm
to be
trying
the
to. I prefer the physical dice. I do like using, but then it's nice sometimes when it's something that affects the party to use the ones on the system.
No, it's you can use whichever ones you want. I just find it funny that every time you use the digital dice, it's like the worst rolls in the
I got
history.
a good one at the start. That was the important thing.
I still remember those 3 5s in a row. That's the funniest thing. The odds of that are ridiculously
I
low.
know. And the
But
number
with
of
the
ones we've
2,
had as well. We've had quite a few ones, haven't we?
unfortunately, with the with the 2, you only can go based on what you observed. So you've seen the swirling vortex of the water elemental. You've seen the swirling pattern within the recognized as the tells for Rotblight contamination within Ryanel, and that is the only conclusions you're able to draw from that. With a 2. Okay. So yeah, your watch goes by with nothing else. Nice. Okay. I almost forgot about this. Good thing I wrote it down. Arnu, as you sleep, I need you to make a percentile check for me, please. So the D100.
40.
40. So that nightmare that you've had recurring returns again tonight. It's the exact same as it was before. But this is a percentile check to see. Especially under it's still a full moon tonight. So it's definitely a higher chance to have the nightmare. Those are the patterns you've been observing. All right, and then Tinra wakes you up, Rhino. However that looks, and it is your watch. Let's see, there's 2 left here. Let's see. Okay. It is a quiet watch, as far as you know. What's up here? No, I lost it. So give me half a second here. What would you like to be doing during your 2 hours? Because technically it's just 2 hours of light activity. Watch is the most logical thing to do at night, but technically it's 2 hours of just downtime, essentially. So you don't have to be staring off into the darkness of the mire if you don't want to, unless you want to be actively watching for danger. Then you just be making a perception check generally to see how things go, see if you notice anything. Otherwise, you can do other things during your downtime, like try and work on another scroll or something. But it's up to you. Well, I look for this. Go. That sounds like. Let me just watch that. Oop, that's a D12. All right. All right. So, Valentil, you're just kind of watching to see if there's any danger tonight?
Yeah, I suppose, all the excitement happens on this watch, so I'm anticipating a great deal of things going on, but so I'm just steadfastly hoping that, my watch is just as uneventful as theirs. I'm guessing I'm automatically, when I wake up, they automatically brief me on pretty much everything that happened. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not too metagamey to assume that things have happened tonight.
Right.
It's only slightly metagamey to assume that something will happen on your watch.
I mean, there is a giant bird and, the size of 2 horses.
I assume there would have been a brief explanation of who the extra people at the camp are.
Yeah. All right, so Valentina, I need you to make a perception check for me, please.
Rightio. Nothing gets past these old half-dwarf, half-elf eyes. Okay.
Says that every time?
Perception, you say? That's a 15.
15. It's pretty good. So you look around and you actually notice nothing. So I need you to actually make a Constitution saving throw. As you peer out, you think you might hear something, but must have been the wind. And you should make a Constitution saving throw.
So do I add anything to a nat 1? Or is it just a nat 1?
It'd be plus your Constitution.
Okay. Then...
Which is, unfortunately, still a failure.
3. Whatever. 4. That's a total of 4.
Excellent. So
Yes.
total of 4. You feel the need to fall asleep. However, due to your sea elf blood flowing through your veins, even with a failed save, you still don't fall asleep.
Mm.
However,
Now, okay.
oh, go ahead. Wait, finish your...
I was going to ask,
yeah.
am I aware of this uncanny tendency? Yes. Okay.
You're aware that something should have affected you, but due to your inherent abilities, your genetics, if you will, magical genetics, you're able to stave off the magical sleep that will normally affect others. So you definitely feel this coming. So there's definitely something out there, and the only creature that you have been informed and know enough to do this is that creature you encountered a couple days ago. That small equine creature with gray skin and a flowing dark mane. So with a 15 is pretty good. So you look around because you feel this, even though you didn't see the creature. You feel it. So you whip around to look for it, and eventually your eyes settle. But before we get to that, I need to quickly. I think I need to do this. Let's see if this is successful first. Your armor class. Your armor class is. Yeah, it would just be enough to wake you. So, Valentil, as you whip around, you see that the creature is sitting atop of Arnu's chest as she sleeps. And Arnu, you actually feel this because I managed to roll low enough. This creature, as it sits there, it reaches with its maw towards a tuft of fur on whatever's an exposed tuft of fur. So, and as you wake up, I need you to make a, let's see here. So there's a couple options available to you. There's effectively grappling you, straddling your chest. But first, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Oh, wait, sorry. Wisdom saving throw.
Um,
10. So with the 10, you wake up. Ooh, laggy. Scary. Yes, so you wake up. And you are frightened of this creature sitting on you. Have you ever... There's a creature... No, actually, we'll get to that in a moment, actually. So yeah, for the moment, you're just frightened by this creature and you cannot move. You're effectively suffering from sleep paralysis.
that's terrifying.
Terrifying indeed. Now, it did manage to hit your armor class, so it does manage to take this tuft of fur. It was attempting to do it very gently to not wake you, but unfortunately, it didn't roll good enough. So it manages to just manages to take a tuft of fur. Until you have a couple moments to act.
Hold on. She's not awake, right? She doesn't know.
You see her eyes open.
Okay.
But she cannot move.
She can't move?
No.
Oh.
She
And
is
I
paralyzed.
speak.
You can try to speak. So here's where the Constitution saving throw comes in. Kind of like force yourself out of the sleep paralysis.
Oh, what am I rolling again?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, sorry. That's better.
Okay. So we'll get to that in a moment. Valentine, what would you like to?
Can I
continue?
mage hand it?
Unfortunately, with the mage hand, it's not strong enough to carry anything. Technically, you can't make attacks with it either. But describe to me what you want to do with it, and we'll see what happens.
I just wanted to shove the little bastard off of her chest.
Yeah, the mage hand would not be strong enough to do that.
Okay. All right.
Arnu with a failed save, you still cannot move. So you're still suffering from sleep paralysis.
All right. Let me ask you this. We just got prestidigitation. I know it says you can instantaneously light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire.
Mm-hmm.
Can I light the little guy on fire?
I think the
hang on a minute.
No, it's gonna work fine.
You have your campfire in the center. You'd basically either snuff it or relight it, essentially.
Okay.
If you want to light this thing on fire, it's like you can physically shove him off, like a big shoulder check. You can try and grab a stick to try and get it there.
Well, how far away am I from Arnu?
You're pretty much all within proximity of each other. It's not like you're like 20 feet away. You're pretty close to it.
Okay, never mind.
You can run up and get it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Then. Yeah. I guess that's probably the discretion is a better part of valor, and I'm full of valor, so I'll just run up and grab it. And can I grab it? Do I grab it?
So you can try and shove it. This would be like an unarmed strike kind of thing. I believe it's a contested athletics check, actually. No, so make an athletics check for me. You actually have disadvantage on this roll.
Really didn't need it. Oh, okay, no good. All right. Athletics. Yeah, that's a big 4.
Okay, so it's 17. Unfortunately, it beats you, so you're not able to shove this thing off. It grabs what it came here for and boom, teleports away.
Yippee! Now it's going to be able to make a spell or something against Arnu.
Just out of curiosity, my initial thing was to take the rapier and try to pluck the dang thing off. Would I have had a better chance with that? Would it have been a thing, or would that have been almost the same? I would have had the same role in the same situation.
It would be a hit instead. It would be a hit to hit instead. So you can rewind, and we can try and do that. You do have disadvantage again, though.
No. I don't want to break the. I made my decision.
You would have had a higher chance slightly because you have a higher to hit.
Okay.
But yeah, the disadvantage definitely doesn't help. So it's like it teleports away.
Maybe it's trying to build a nest or something.
Yeah, there you go. That's the spirit.
With your fur.
Quite specific, isn't it?
Okay, you are both. Yeah. Arnu, you are both frightened of this creature, and you're also afraid to fall asleep.
Yeah, unsurprisingly.
So that's the effects here. Conscious, frightened, saving throw. Okay, so you failed the Constitution saving throw. So you actually, when you wake up or finish this long rest, you will actually have a level of exhaustion. You would not feel like you got this level of rest. You still get all the other benefits of a long rest, because it doesn't explicitly say that you don't get the benefits of a long rest, but you do wake up with a level of exhaustion. We're using the new exhaustion rules, because the old ones were kind of bleh. So instead of having disadvantage on all ability checks like the old rules, the new one is you have a penalty equal to 2 times your exhaustion level. So you have a -2 to all your D20 rolls. And you can actually add a level of exhaustion to your character sheet. It's on your sheet, and it tells you what the first, second, third, whatever level of exhaustion does with the new rules. So you wake up with a level of exhaustion once we finish that rest. And you can attempt to stave off this exhaustion the next time you rest. So not this time, but the next time you rest.
Where is that on the sheet?
Okay. Yeah, I almost forgot Von Seal is immune to magical sleep. But I just happened to see that yesterday. When we were going over level 4 stuff. So that's good.
I chalk it up to my charisma.
Yep, your wisdom.
Russell Wisdom here.
All right. So as we get into Rhino's watch, and yeah, he's able to deal with it. So that's fine. There was a 4th thing as well because I had 4 things to roll, see what happens, kind of thing. So you guys all can hit the long rest button if you have any expended resources or lost any hit points. I know you would have taken some damage from the little nip, but you would have recovered all that after the long rest. But make sure you add that level of exhaustion to your character sheet. And Rhino plays a little tune on his viol. This time not as early because given the nights before, but he explains that druid that warned you of the spirit last time, you recognize his clothes as it now came back as an undead to your camp, but he was able to dispatch it. And sure enough, you look on the ground, and this creature has no head.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the other thing that could have happened during the night. But, so it's less exciting when it happens to an NPC.
Right.
So just quick hand wave and get that out of here. Okay, so that's everything that happens with the night. I know you feel a little bit exhausted, but that is it. And you're able to set off away from this dreaded mire.
Do we want to? Well, did we decide whether we were going back to see the dragon, or did we decide we were going to investigate something else? Because I had a feeling we were going to go back and see the dragon, but now that we've heard about this creature going off to the north, maybe we should go up that way. What do people think?
I believe we were thinking dragon, but then when this opportunity came up to just explore without really having to engage in anything, which I advised against, by the way, and look what's happened. I think then we were thinking.
We've learned a lot, though. Learned a lot.
Yes, and you're missing a tuft of fur. Was it worth it? All that fur just gone.
Was unrelated. So.
I think it's interesting the fact that we've heard it's quite a cool thing to actually have come across a giant raven-y thing as well.
Giant raven-y thing, eh? Yes, indeed.
Named Corby.
Yes, to use the technical term for it, you know.
Yes.
I love all the animal thingies with their little legs and stuffs and wings and things. I'm down with whatever. If we want to follow this new trail, that's fine. I don't mind getting a little more. It's one of those. I just have this thing every time from my past experiences. Every time you unlock something, you discover something new. It sometimes helps to go back and revisit sources of wisdom because sometimes it changes things, and it's like, oh well, now there's this. But time is of the essence, so I understand we may not have time to have for that luxury. I leave it to y'all if you'd like to move forward.
I'm in two minds because I'd like to explore the things to the north to see if we get any clues about this observer. But equally, that note with the person who sent after us indicates that the root cause of the problem is back in Ravenhorn. So part of me wants to go back there as well and basically find out who sent that person after us. Maybe we did the observer and then go back. What do people think?
What if you roll? I'm sorry, if you... Our two minds, maybe even is the first option and odd is the second option.
Okay, who wants to roll? Shall I roll then? What are we rolling, a d6?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
3.
Well, that would be odd. So?
That is going... Odd it was going back to the Ravenhorn, wasn't it?
Right. If it wasn't, that's what your mind went for. So we're back to Ravenloft. We go.
Ravenhorn. Ravenloft.
No, I'm going to Ravenloft. I'm fighting Dracula.
No, don't look to Ravenloft. It's depressing there.
Well, it's not any better in Ravenloft or Ravenhorn, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
All right. So, Tinra and Valentil, both you guys make an Arcana check for me, please. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Yep. Oh no, there's a shaking. Was the roll bad?
It was a 3.
Oh.
Back to form. Huzzah.
All right. So Tinra, unfortunately, Denise, though your intuition was correct for a spell, but unfortunately Tinra's was not. But Valentil, you're able to recognize that this specific component, like a physical component of someone, is used for spying, magical spying, specifically the scrying spell. So for whatever reason, this creature was drawn to Arnu and took a material component. So Arnu, you're going to have a harder time trying to resist the spying effects.
Mhm.
At least you know that is a possibility now.
Does that mean they can spy on the whole group through spying on Arnu? Because obviously we're sticking together. So in some respects, it might be Arnu as the most convenient one, but they can spy on all of us basically.
Yeah. Each of you can make an Arcana check now to determine what this creature exactly is.
17.
17.
You couldn't make it up. I got another 3. I'm not going to have to give up on that and use the manual dice.
Yo. That's so crazy.
I think the start of the session was just to lull me into a false sense of security.
Okay, 17 is the highest so far. I know you're welcome to making a check as well, if you want it.
2.
Yeah.
It didn't seem worth mentioning.
Okay, 17. Well, that's enough to know what this creature is. So, I'll just preface this by saying, I believe it's Norse mythology, actually, there's this creature known as the mare, which is where the term nightmare comes from. I think it could be from Germanic or Celtic as well. I have to be 100% sure, but in this lore, the mare is a demonic creature. In my lore, the lore is a demonic creature that is drawn to nightmare. So if you have a nightmare, it is drawn to you and it can track you. And it is from the world of dreams, which in D&D would be the astral plane. In this lore, it's something else. You'll learn about it later, but I'll just for your information, it's a realm called Dramerheim, or the Dream Realm. It is essentially the same thing as the astral plane, just a little bit different. It's kind of like drawing inspiration from Niflheim's not this way at all, but it's drawing inspiration from the swirling mists of Niflheim in Norse myth to make Dramerheim, just a realm of swirling mists and voids and all that kind of stuff. So this is the mare is a demon from this realm, and you saw that as it was perched, it actually had its claws out, and last time you saw that it had hooves, so it's able to change its physical shape a little bit to suit its needs. Claws for more dexterity, hooves for more running and mobility. And it was small, but as it ran off last time, you were able to see that it had larger hoof prints. So just say that happened, just because you can determine that it can be both medium and small, just for information with the check. And also with the lore check as well that I wrote down, which is a DC 15. So you're able to determine that the mare tends to keep her victims alive, letting them become fully exhausted before finishing them off and consuming their soul. So I knew you
Or
had
tough
one
to
level of
fur.
exhaustion. or
Sounds
tough to
charming.
fur. So as to what the
Yeah,
mare
that's
was had to do with getting the tough to fur for scrying, that means that this demon was summoned by something else.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's obviously tracking us, so it's not just, it wasn't like a random occurrence the other day when it turned up. Then
No, it is drawn to nightmares.
Okay, so and you may
Arnu,
have...
do you normally? Oh, sorry, you go first, Valentil.
No. You have a question. Go for it.
I just wanted to ask Arnu how long you've been having this nightmare for. Is it something that's occurred while we've been away from Ravenhall, or it's a recent development? How many days have you been having it?
Not that long, really.
So did the nightmare start after you saw that creature, that little demon-y thing?
I think so, or maybe he started, and that's what drew it to me. Just not really sure which way around it goes. If that makes sense.
Do we know? Is there any
I
based
want
on?
to take a break from thinking about it. It's been a long night.
So do we know, based on what we've uncovered here? Is it's a physical being, or?
Yeah.
And is there a way? Well, I guess we could talk about this. Can we set a trap for it next time it shows up, so that we're not having to try to hit it with our hand? Because I'll tell you right now, when you're sleepy, you feel like you're at a disadvantage trying to capture or slay anything. So if we could do something so the next time the little beast shows up, we can ensnare it and then crush it to death.
I'll leave that up to you. Because technically you can, but it's very difficult to determine when it will show up. Will it
We
show
just have
up
to have
every
Arnu
time?
have another bad dream.
Will it show up every time? That's the big question.
Mm.
And it is very stealthy.
Mm.
Like, it's very hard to keep track of this thing. But with certain knowledge, yes, you can. But I will leave that up to you. to
Also,
determine the
now that it
exact
can
nature.
track us, it might not need to show up as regularly because it's got something to be able to track us remotely. So it might not need to.
Now, this demon is more like, it's not a beast in terms of intelligence, but it's certainly not the mastermind. It wouldn't be the one who would be spying. It would be some other creature, other entity. But there was a mechanical reason why you had a disadvantage.
I'm sure. I realized that I had disadvantage, so I was trying to make sure that if it were to show its face again, we would not be at such a disadvantage. But perhaps not. That's not priority. I don't have any fur, so I'm not too worried about it. But
You have hair.
I would like to
Definitely
ask.
don't set it.
what's that?
Do you want to go first, Arnie?
Definitely don't set it on fire. Please don't set it on fire if it's on top.
You would have been fine. I know your fur has a nice glossy sheen that repels fire. That's my knowledge. Yes.
I was going to
being
say,
unable to move underneath it could have been quite terrifying.
yeah, having a sort of on fire demon on you, that's kind of wouldn't make for restful sleep anyway. No, I was going to kind of ask whether we should consider having when Arnu's sleeping, so we have double up, so that just for one Arnu's watch, so we've got one person on watch with no, hang on, that wouldn't work. I was just thinking maybe we have to split the watches so that either one person is just watching Arnu in case the thing tries to attack Arnu again, and the rest just share the other watches between them.
That's fine. Lionel is of marginal help anyway, so he could certainly tag up with.
Yeah, he's here but not here.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that if all it would take is if somebody was we don't know, this creature's obviously working in tandem with somebody or something, and if one of us was watching and Arnu was asleep on that watch, then it could create a distraction and then get to Arnu while we're dealing with the distraction. So we might just want to double up when we know Arnu's sleeping.
Well, that's the problem, you see. I was able to withstand the creature's malevolent sleepiness because of my charisma and dashing brain, but if you all were to be watching at the same time, you might just fall asleep anyway. So I guess I can't say watch all night, but we don't even know, is it going to particularly target Arnu every single time, or is it going to come for one of us? Possibly.
Depends if you have a nightmare.
See? Is today the
I very
13th?
rarely have nightmares. I'm too busy dreaming about my Lady Elmara and the blessing of her
So you're having nightmares.
divinity.
All I need is, I guess, just to have a completely stress-free day, which I'm sure is completely likely.
Oh yes, yeah, totally, yeah.
That's been the trend. We can find a vacation spot. Let's go to an island somewhere and forget all this blight and rotwort and all that stuff, and just enjoy ourselves for a while. Treat yourself, Arnu. Treat yourself. Okay. I just say we have to kill stuff fast and faster than we have been. So let's get on that. Let's get on killing.
All right, and so you make your way away from. You have this conversation as you make your way from the swamp. The necrotic storm, the mists receding behind you, and you walk for another full day without any other incidents. Corvi and Bjorna make their way in the other direction. They head back north, towards Ravenhorn, away from the mountains, and you guys make your way out of the woods. I just need a general survival check to see how well you can retrace your steps out of Ravenskog, Ravenwood. Whoever's leading the party. So probably Arnu again.
Yeah, you don't want me doing this one.
It is a woods. I think it's your favorite terrain, so you have advantage.
25.
Yeah,
Ooh.
you definitely won't get lost.
Nice.
Now, technically, you have -2 to that because of the exhaustion, but 23 is definitely good enough to make your way out. And through, so you're able to navigate the woods. Night does fall before you get fully out of the woods, because it's a little bit of a long trek away from the mire. And on this night, you can see directly ahead of you, as you make your way through the woods, and the path kind of seems to disappear, which is why the 23 is very good to navigate this. Sorry, everything froze up for a second. Okay, good. You notice a giant owl, and perched in a low tree on a branch. And you can see it is consuming some type of horned herbivore. Could be an elk, deer, reindeer, caribou. A bunch of those kinds of creatures live in these areas. And it is night again. Let's see. The moon would be moon. The moon would be waning. The wound's waning everywhere.
Not again.
So you at least know no werewolves will be out tonight. Oh, that's what I did forget to mention. I wrote this down last time as well. Valentu, during your watch, the other thing you heard is the sound of howls from a wolf pack somewhere off in the distance. Arnu, you would have heard them as well, and then you heard a deeper howl, and then the wolves were silent. So you know that creatures of the night were afoot last night. I was just going through my notes and found that. But yeah, you managed to find this giant owl about 30 feet in front of you, feeding on this elk.
Why are the winged creatures in this part of the world so friggin' big? Don't they just have normal-sized birds anymore? Goodness gracious me.
If you were to approach the bird, giant owls, they're relatively friendly creatures.
Oh, okay.
Unless you decide to randomly attack it.
So can I
But
try to set it on
notices
fire?
you, it looks at you as you approach, but it doesn't seem to be bothered by your presence, and it continues to feed on the elk. What would you like to do?
Hello, owl friend.
Who?
You, sir, you.
He cocks his head and looks at you as you approach. It's more like a cat, but I don't know owl sounds. Makes hooting noises at your direction, acknowledging your presence. And it continues to. You haven't made any aggressive moves towards it, other than saying hello. So it continues to consume. But as you guys approach, let's see. Passive. Yeah. Both Pinra and Arnu, notice a body on the ground as well. And upon a closer look, you can see that it has large gashes along its face and torso, and a deep gash in its neck. And
Does the body look at all familiar? Like, I mean, is it a particular species that we can identify from that distance, or?
It's a human male. It seems to be a Vilkor from somewhere nearby. And she just seems to be out hunting this night, or either this night or last night. And you can see that there was an arrow stuck in the side of the elk, so he managed to at least make purchase with one of his shots before he was attacked by something.
And presumably not the owl.
That's what I was thinking too. That looks very.
Well, my question was going to be: does the owl have a riding harness or anything similar to? Because obviously that other lady was able to ride a raven, so I just wondered if the guy had been riding the owl.
You see no stirrups or saddle on this particular owl. It just seems to be out eating. Now, if you want to determine if the owl was the one who caused these wounds or not, you can go ahead and make a medicine check.
I might as well do.
So there's two options to do this. Either two of you can roll a medicine check, or if one of you is helping determine, going over the possibilities and trying to determine the nature of the wound, one of you can roll with advantage.
Well, I vote anyone with Tinra.
Tinra has the highest medicine.
Oh, dang
I'll do
it!
the medicine check, but and hope that I have a freakishly high one for a change.
But yeah, you can, if you go on your character sheet and right-click your medicine skill, it will actually allow you to roll with advantage. Oh, unless you want to use your physical dice. Then you can roll twice, take the higher number. I think the session timed out. You might have to refresh your pages.
25.
Nice. That's
so. Since it's very hard to determine if the. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, sorry, carry on. Speak up.
So, determine whether or not the owl, because you see its large talons and the big gash out of its neck, it's very easy to assume that this might have been the owl, but passing the DC of 18 to determine the exact nature of these wounds, you reveal that the deep gashes were caused by a different creature. You're able to tell by the angle of the gashes and the nature of the bite that the slash came from a kind of downward arcing motion. So it was either a tall creature or a bipedal creature. And given the nature of the full moon last night, it could be determined that this was a werewolf that caused this particular death. And you're able to determine that it's likely that case. Werewolf. Yeah, the owl was merely a scavenger of this particular elk, which you actually read into, and some owls are indeed scavengers, which was very interesting.
Yeah. They're also creepy with their little heads that turn 360 degrees.
Could we maybe check the body for anything?
You definitely can. I will show you the scale of the giant owl on the map here, although we haven't used it. The map yet. The giant owl size, just for comparison, here's it's in the bottom right. Here's Ryan Owl, and that's how big the giant owl is. So it's a large creature.
You might say it's giant, in fact.
Yeah.
That's a weird. Do they owls have noses like? It looks like it's got a snuffleupagus nose, with a a nail. It looks like a thumb with a nail at the end of it.
I'll let you revel in that image. Yeah. Yes, you can definitely search the body. to see if he has anything of note on him. Go ahead and make. If you want to know more about the owl, have a nature check here. Let's see. Oh, I actually have something if you want to actually do something with the owl. That's animal handling. But yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check to see what you find on this guy. You're all looking, so you can all make the checks if you wish. Anyone who's looting the guy. The owl seems to pay no mind to you. Again, having not done anything actively hostile to it.
Got 11.
11.
7, so not very good.
7. Oh, and 11, 7, and 11. I think it's 2 11s and a 7. Okay. So he has a couple things on his person. You're able to find in his satchel a couple things. 11's still fine. You managed to find a few things. Strapped to his person, you find a light hammer. So a little weapon. You find in his quiver, let's see here, let me grab this D10. You find 4 arrows. You find...
Take those.
Yeah, absolutely. You find 5 silver pieces. He has his bow and his knife, of course. You find Fletcher's kit, which is an item, custom item someone can add to their inventory. You also find a potion with a sandy liquid, almost like sand. Like, you know when sand becomes liquefied? Have you ever seen sand liquefaction? It's kind of like that inside this particular potion.
Mm.
And the last thing you find is a book. And it is a book titled Smiths of the Realms of the Legendary Forge Masters of Stornheimer. Wait, so it's a leather-bound book with an anvil placed on the cover.
Hmm. All right.
And it's a magic item. Anyone
It
who
is?
wishes to read the book for 2 hours each day for a fortnight, 2 weeks, will gain proficiency in Smith's tools.
I'd like to read the book.
Yeah, you had mentioned that. Oh, I wish I took smithing tools, but didn't want to just switch it up midway, or not midway, but during the campaign. So I'm like, here's an in-game way to get smithing tools proficiency.
Well, yeah, Shane.
so
I'd
yeah.
like that proficiency.
So you can add that to your inventory.
Alright.
Everything's intentional as well, so you actually find a little bit of lore tidbits in this book as well. If you just quickly read the description, but if you search Smiths of the Realms, or even if you search the word Forge Masters, which is one word, it'll pop up for you, Valentine. Jesse,
Under what?
if you go to manage inventory, manage item, manage inventory, and in the search bar just type Forge, you'll see Smiths of the Realms, Legendary Forge Masters. And you also find 4 sets of rations.
Does it matter if I add it to equipment or backpack?
You can add it to your backpack. Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. But if you click on it, you'll see a couple little tidbits of lore, and you'll give just read description if you ever forget. But you can keep track of that progress during downtime. You can read the book and learn a little bit more.
Oh, that's a really cool book. When you said it had an anvil, I thought it meant like embossed. I didn't think it actually was a freaking anvil on there. This book must weigh like 3,000 pounds.
Just a random.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, and then you can see the bullet points. This is like some of the things you'd read about in the book.
Okay. Cool. Knowing is half the battle.
Yeah.
The other half's the actual hard part, but whatever.
Yeah.
Cool.
For anyone else wondering, the tidbits of lore in here, it mentions a couple dwarven smiths and mention of forging of Othin's spear, Gugnir. It mentions the forging of a golden boar called Hildsvindi. His what are called gore guards for his tusks. He's Gjorvandar. Gjorverandar.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah. You see the Dwarven siblings, Rook and Sindra, who crafts Mjolnir. The lore is slightly changed from Norse mythology, but very heavily inspired. And a wiry dwarf called Fjolnir, who forged Nothung, or Nothunger, which is the sword Sigurd used to slay Fafnir, the dragon. So that's just a little bit. You don't need to write any of this down, but that's just a little bit of lore you learn from reading this book. That and more. And that's all that's on his person. So if he has a book about smithing, there must be his home nearby where either he's a smith or his sibling or parents are a blacksmith. Oh, and the last thing you found on there was a small little leather, like a hardened leather container with the string wrapped around twice around the one side and then around the other side to secure it. But you open it up and you find a pearl necklace with a note in Vorse on there. But similarly, this is a gift. The largest pearl on there. And then there's some seashells as well. Little clam shells, little seashells, and then a big pearl in the middle. The big pearl is worth at least 100 gold pieces.
If I could, I'm not trying to be greedy here. I'll divvy up the money, but I really like that pearl.
Technically you need it for a spell you learned, which is why I threw it in here.
That's why I was like, I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything, but I kind of need that to do the things I want to do.
Yes.
But somebody else can take the silver.
For the spell identify, so it's just like a requirement. It was like, we're in the middle of a swamp. Where the heck are you going to find a pearl? Just throw it in here because it's too tedious otherwise to come up with another reason.
So I just add pearl into the inventory, is that?
You can if you wish. You can also add that to your spell components pouch.
Oh. Spell.
But we can also add that later.
Okay.
Because it's not super important. Just we now know you can mechanically cast it.
Right. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Okay.
So. Okay, and that's that's everything that can be seen with the owl encounter. Unless you want to do anything else in the area.
No. I mean, does I can't remember. Do either of you have like talk to animals?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right.
Actually, yeah, I do.
I know you have the ability to speak with wolves.
It kind of looks like a wolf owl, maybe. It's got fur like a wolf and eyes. Oh no, it's got
feathers.
Huh?
There is also I do also have speak with animals though, but it's there for a reason to do with the character background. It's like an extra one. I can't remember why it's there. Primal awareness, that's the one.
Primal awareness. Right.
Mm.
Yes, I can't remember what that does. Speak with animals?
Yeah, it just gives me an extra sort of speak with animals. It doesn't have to be factored into
spells
cool. That I've learned, so it's sort of an extra one. Right. So yeah, I can cast that if people have questions they want to ask.
I mean, I doubt, especially considering what we just did, I have a feeling, just a general feeling, that there's probably not a lot of information this owl has for us. It was not, it doesn't seem to be intended to interact with.
Well, I mean,
yeah, I was going to suggest that, but we did get quite a lot of information out of medicine check, so.
Primal awareness. Oh yeah, what resets on long rest. That's cool. I had to double check with it. Yeah, so if you want to cast the spell, you can definitely speak with the owl. Like,
it might not hurt just to.
You can do whatever you wish to do. Like, you say, "Oh, it's not intended to be interacted with." Nonsense. You can interact with the owl.
All right. Okay. Well, yeah. I'll cast that then, and just sort of say if anyone's got any questions, I'll pass on to it. But I'll just ask. I guess I'll sort of say hello. I'm in owl, I guess. Did
Yes.
you see this man die, or did you just find him here? Out of curiosity.
How would an owl sound? Don't know. I
Ooh,
guess I kind of talk like this. Whoo.
Oh, shit. I'm a sexy owl.
No, he has an accent.
Oh,
Why?
shit.
Let's see. Do I have? I can fly you around. See what you see.
really?
Yeah. Yeah.
That doesn't sound.
Howdy-ho.
And your question, let's see, what was the question? Did you see this? Oh, yes. No, yeah, I just found this elk.
Okay, and what about this man? Was he was he already just here like this?
He was. Tragic, that.
Anyone else got any questions? I feel like that's all I've got to ask.
Have you seen anything? I mean, mechanically, am I asking Arnu to say this to the owl, or does he? Does
Yeah,
she?
I'll just pass it on.
Okay.
The owl does
Pass it on.
understand common though.
Okay.
Okay.
But the owl can communicate with Arnu.
Okay.
So he
Ha-
understands you.
As you've been flying
Yeah, I'll
to
just
and
relay the
fro,
response then.
have you been seeing anything particularly disturbing or terrifying? Have you found yourself in any danger in, say, the past week or so? More so than usual. Have you beheld anything that makes you go, hmm?
For sake of brevity, the owl tells you about the swamp. But that's already information you know, so it's like not new information. So it tells you about the mire and how it's been roiling for a few days now, slowly growing in size, with necrotic tempest showing up every few days.
What-
Finra wants to ask
Other than
whether
that,
the
no.
owl's seen a lizard beast with flying along.
Lizard beast. Well,
One with hornet type wings.
oh yeah, that thing.
Says
was
the
thinking
owl.
the dragon. The lizard-like thing. My
No, I
brain
wasn't.
went
Yeah, I
to
wasn't
the
thinking
dragon
of
flying around.
the dragon or Rhino.
Because the owl
In case
has seen.
Rhino's developed a secret ability to fly, you never know.
No. The owl also does interpret your question as the dragon, so in two ways. Answers yes, seen the dragon flying about to the east, but farther south. He was investigating the Hinterwoods, which is a vast forest. I have the big map nearby, but unless you guys want to go there, we don't need to bring that up. But it is beside it is farther south, away from the mountains, another few days' walk, in a vast unexplored forest. For the most part, the dragon's been doing stuff, and as to the weird lizard-like beast with hornet wings. Yeah, I've seen him a couple times. Why do I keep having an accent?
From down south you are, mighty bird, apparently.
And was this beast? Did it have a rider when you saw it, or was there anyone on its back, or was it on its own?
Only a couple times.
A couple of times it was on its own.
Yeah, a couple times. Had a rider, usually at night.
You are a creature of the night, by the way. I don't have to tell you that. You know you're that. Have you seen wolves? Packs of wolves, singular wolves, lone wolves, wolves of any kind, in more frequency or in this nearby proximity?
Werewolf.
Wolves definitely live in this forest. I've seen lots. Werewolves were all about last night.
You happen to see where they come from?
No.
Right. Well, you offered for a sightseeing tour. Is that still on the table?
And the owl turns to its back, hops off the branch, lands on the forest floor, gets as low as possible. If you're climbing on, go ahead and make me an animal handling check. You have advantage because the owl's calm. This is just to see how well you can kind of navigate trying to ride an owl.
I got myself an 8.
With advantage in 8?
Oh, with advantage. Oh, no. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
I'm channeling my inner Tinra.
It's a little bit hard to maintain your balance. You have high enough like acrobatics, like we could even say, oh, passive acrobatics is high enough for you, because it would be. So you managed to not fall outright, but it's definitely a rocky start. So it doesn't go as smoothly. You kind of like scrape against the branches. A tiny twig gets in your eye. Oh, son of a
foul twig.
But you managed to still fly around because the owl is still relatively calm. But you do take 1 point of piercing damage from a branch.
Goodness gracious.
Right. But the owl kind of shows you and directs your attention to a few things. Far south, past the Raven Peak Mountains towards Barrow's End. Now, the owl can't speak to you, so all you hear is a bunch of who's, and who's. But he's explaining stuff to you, and you're like, maybe I knew you should have been the one. But anyways.
I was hoping we'd all get on here. It seemed big enough for more than one person, but apparently I'm the only one with the stones to do so.
But at least you can see a direction towards Barrow's End. And then flying close to Raven Peak Mountains, you can see Othin's Eyrie in the distance and the sea to the west. But the sightseeing tour, you also see that the that Darkmire has some roiling mists as well, kind of like fire plumes in the distance, and then lands back down on the ground. But your attention was directed to Barrow's End, the mountains, Othin's Eyrie, and the sea, and then Mire. So just like kind of like get a general view of things. But you do see up there as you look around. Go ahead and make a perception check. See what you see.
Come on, I'll use this one. Come on, perception, don't let me down. I want to see things. Okay, not the worst. Okay, actually worse than I thought. 11.
So it's hard to see things from this high up.
I got a twig in my eye for crying out loud.
A twig in your eye. Oh. So narratively, that explains the lower perception roll. So you don't see anything out of the ordinary up in this high. The only thing you manage to catch a glimpse of is a cave in the mountains as you fly close to it. But that's it.
And then we come back?
Then you come back.
Okay. Well, aside from a nefarious twig, not much to see really there. Cave in the mountains, but probably not something we need to address immediately. But flying, once you get the hang of it, ain't too bad. We might be able to gain some time if we want to bargain with our owl friend. We might get a lift, make some shorter work of a distance.
How many people could it carry?
It's a good question.
How long was that flight?
Yeah.
Only a few minutes.
It has 10 minutes long. Okay, so
I paid for a half hour. Dagnabbit.
You paid for nothing.
But you would only hear.
Right, exactly. See, she agrees with me.
So let me just double check something here. You go ahead and ask your questions. I can look this up as you ask.
I was just double checking this all, but was he particularly heavy to carry? Do you think you have a lot more room?
Carrying capacity. Let me just double check. Valentine is like 5'3" or something, so he doesn't weigh a whole heck of a lot, especially since he's not wearing any armor.
I think
Like
Pinwheel might be a
heavy.
bit heavy for it because she's big, strapping, tall lass with lots of armor.
Your armor is lightweight though, which is nice. Your chainmail is lighter than regular chainmail. All right, let's see. Carry. Let's see. How do they do this? Okay. Got a math here. It doesn't say the score, so it's just this +3. Yeah, he theoretically it'd probably carry 3 of you.
Yeah, there's more than 3 of us.
Oh no, Ryan L might have to be left behind. He can catch up. You know, he can. I feel like he wants to take the long way around anyway.
Now that's if you were ever managed to convince the owl to carry all of you guys around. The owl has its own things to do.
What? Like what? What have you got to do,
Yeah, well.
Mrs. Owl? What's better than helping heroes? Do you want the blight? You're enjoying the deer, right? You're enjoying the deer or the elk. If this goes awry, you're not going to have any good food to eat forever and ever, and you'll starve and die. This is in your best interest, Mrs. Owl.
All right, go ahead and make a persuasion check.
I love you. That's a 6.
Yeah. So the owl cocks her head at you, and then flies off, carrying the remaining elf carcass into the woods.
Can I shoot it with something? No, I'm kidding. How
you
dare
wanna
you?
know
Yeah,
what
rights for owls. We don't want to turn it into some kind of slave, do we?
No, I'm just trying to try. We tried the carrot. I was trying to try the stick, but whatever. Okay, I guess we're gonna hoof it.
I prefer to stay on the ground.
The owl comes back, lifts you up, drops you from whatever feet. You take 20d6 bludgeoning damage from the fall.
As long as I have a stick in my eye, I'll be fine. All right.
All right. So you managed to find some where to camp as well. You can just I don't think anything happened except 1 point of damage, so you can just heal 1 point because we're taking a long rest.
Yeah.
For the night.
Yeah.
All right.
And we continue on with the next day. Does anyone would like to do anything during the downtime? Because we know
read my
like
book.
watching stuff, but if you want to read your book, you can mark off 1 day.
Let's see.
Then I will just do some general meditation.
It's always a good idea.
Try and reduce my exhaustion. Eat, drink, sleep.
Yes, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Right. 15.
Yeah, 15 is above the DC, so you're able to stave off this exhaustion level, and you're no longer afraid of sleeping or the creatures. So you can finally go to rest.
You said to mark down that I read the book. Where did I do that? I see a charge, but I don't see.
It would be more of a like a notepad or kind of thing, like whatever notes you have, just to keep track of that manually.
Gotcha.
You might be able to do it within your character sheet under notes, and if you just go to whatever the top one is, even, or under other, wherever is the most visible spot to see, you can also say 13 of 14 days remaining, or 1 of 14 days. However you want to keep track. You can technically do it in your character sheet as well.
Cool. All right, that'll work.
But you begin reading this book on dwarven smiths.
Half of me is interested, half of me is not, but I don't know why.
Oh, right, because you're half dwarf, half elf.
There we go. I was like, that should have got a chuckle from somebody. Gosh darn it, that was hilarious. Okay.
Laughs in Dwarvish.
Right. Okay. So we agreed was Ravenhorn? That's where we're headed? Is that?
Yeah, sounds like that was the consensus. So you're making your way back, and eventually you reach the wellspring at the start of the next day. And you notice that the waters are clean and clear. They no longer smell like dead things, and are no longer black. It's great.
Good, finally some tangibly positive effects that we're making. That's nice.
If you want something done, you got to do it yourself, and that's what we're all about. Okay. Are we greeted with great aplomb and applause as the liberators and cleaners of the water stride into town?
There is the wellspring is a few days away, but there's nothing out here except maybe the odd creature taking a drink.
Oh, right. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Does it applause?
Actually, you do see someone refilling their water skin at the wellspring. He's a ranger-looking fellow. He has a quiver on his back, like green-looking clothes, leather armor, and he is accompanied by a white wolf. This is one of the adventurers mentioned before. This is the ranger with his wolf companion, Snow. I don't believe his name was mentioned, but in case it was, his name was Torric, Torric. He sees you approach out of the woods, and he's like, hail friends! What brings you past the wellspring?
Just doing a little bit of cleaning, my friend. That clean water you're drinking there, that's because of us. Just wanted to mention that.
Indeed. Marvelous.
Indeed.
My wolf and I, we can drink and be merry without risking getting diseased. No more rainwater.
What brings you out this way, sir?
I've been hunting runaway undead from Ravenhorn. Some that have made their way out here. Some that are more beast-like than others. I believe you might know them as bargheists. But sometimes there's a burrower out here as well. I've seen other kinds. And I've just been hunting those, trying to make specialty arrows to take them down.
Specialty arrows, you say? What are these specialties?
Well, these are called arrows of slang, and he takes one out from his quiver. And you can see that it is not made out of wood, but rather made from bone. Let's see, I have a description here. La 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 la. So the arrow shaft is made from human bone, the fletching is made from human hairs, and the arrowhead is made from canine teeth or humanoid teeth. Now, this arrow smells terrible. It smells like rotting and undead. But go ahead and make an Arcana check, whoever's looking at it.
This would be for you. Do you want to?
Yeah, I'm quite interested as well.
All right, so if you're both scrutinizing the arrow, I would say you have undead. What is that? You have advantage.
Yeah, roll again. Better this time.
6.
Because you use arrows all the time. So with advantage, we got a 5 and a 1. So unfortunately, you don't recognize exactly what this arrow is, but given the nature of what he describes, this is an arrow designed to take out these particular creatures. But yeah, made from specific parts of the corpses that he's been hunting.
Are they turning out to be effective?
Sorry?
Are they turning out to be effective?
Oh, very much so. They seem to deal pack an extra punch.
As in one shot?
One shot is all that you need if you're good enough.
And you get the materials from the ones you kill.
Yes, that is correct. I'm willing to part with some if you like.
Yes, please. That would be very helpful.
All right. I can only spare 2 since they're very hard to come by, but seeing as we're all in this together, and he gives you 2 of his arrows.
Da-na-na-na.
Would you possibly explain how to make them, or could I figure that out for myself, or
Let's see.
is it horrendously complicated to make them?
Yeah, he would tell you how to make them. You just like shaft a strong bone, find some hairs, attach the fletcher. You have a fletcher's kit, so you have proficiency with making arrows, so you could definitely make them. You just need to find the materials.
Awesome.
And until the year's arrows identified, not exactly sure what they are, but you just know they're special arrows made to take out these. Effectively becoming known as blight weavers. Who coined the term? Haven't found that out yet, but these undead horrors.
Undead horrors?
Undead horrors, the undead creatures you've been fighting. But speaking of horror and horrific,
horror. Okay.
as you guys are speaking, you hear a very loud shriek coming from off in the direction of a tree you have visited before. This would be the tree where you found Bjorn Darkbear and the mail he was wearing. And you find that looking in that direction, the shriek is coming from a humanoid-looking creature with 4 limbs on the ground and 2 extra limbs sticking out from his back. And as it shrieks, you hear another shriek somewhere in the distance to the north. And let me pull up a map here, actually. Give me a few seconds.
Tarek, sounds like you should go investigate that and report back.
It's like within eyeshot, and it's coming. Eyeshot? I was going to say line of sight and earshot, and it all came out as eyeshot. So it's very close by. It's coming towards you.
Oh, good. Well,
let's see. What map do we have for this? I have the Wellspring map. We can use that. Where
Huzzah.
is it? Huzzah. Okay. So you guys are all here. Zadar's not there. So I'm just going to add. I don't think I have. Yeah, that's fine. I'll add that. That works. And see, I'll just add. Just regular. That works. So you guys probably were at the Wellspring here. So Snow is kind of off here. Rangers at the Wellspring. You guys are kind of here. Maybe you want to arrange yourselves. Because off towards the tree is this creature. There it is. And it's coming towards you guys as it shrieks. And then down south you heard, to the north you heard another shriek in response. And it's like, oh, the Torix mentions a few things. The undead are upon us. Ready yourselves. I'll take this one. You focus on the others. And does he hit?
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Kind of embarrassing. I'm just kidding. You guys take this one too.
I missed it. And he takes out his arrow, and it does a decent amount of damage. So from the south, you have a few moments to prepare. What would you like to do to prepare for the creatures coming up from the north? I keep saying south, but it's not where it is. If you were to
We
look,
can't
you would
see them yet. We can only hear them, and we.
Yeah, you can't see them yet. I'm just getting things prepared. But you know a few things are coming.
Okay, let me think here.
Spoiler alert. Okay. Just in case you could see what I'm doing at the bottom of the map. So yeah. What would you guys like to do to prepare? You have a couple moments.
I mean, so how does it work? Like, so we know we're about to get into combat. We're not rolling for initiative yet. So, like anything we'd want to cast or do, can that be done without actually having to like Well, never mind.
Yeah.
You still would cost points to do it. I'm just okay. Never mind.
It would cost points.
Yeah.
So some things you can do is you can ready a spell as soon as they come within line of sight, or within spell range, for example, or within arrow range. You could ready an action as soon as they become within range to unleash that, and then we'd roll initiative that way. The other option is if you want to lay a trap or hide somewhere, you know they're coming. But if you want to ready yourselves that way, I don't think undead can be surprised. That doesn't make sense to me. I think mechanically, I think that could still be a possibility, but I would say no. So you can't surprise undead, especially since they heard the call, but you can also stay out of sight if you want to try and get a better vantage point on them and flank them from the side. So there's stuff you can do to prepare, technically speaking. You can also lay traps if you have any, like caltrops, like something really quick. Otherwise, it's just prepare for an assault.
So like I could say, what was that? So crawling lightning. It says a range of 60 feet. I can prepare that so when they get within 60 feet, they get that gets unleashed. Is that how that works?
Yeah, absolutely.
I would like to do that then.
Alrighty, so you effectively concentrate on the spell. So if you get hit, you'd have to make a check, but it's very unlikely to get the check, especially since Torek behind you guys has managed to hit this thing.
I knew he would.
And yes, what a guy. And so so you're ready, crawling lightning, to when one of these things gets within range. Anyone else want to ready an action? I'm assuming, Denise, you're still there. We're probably just eating, I would assume.
Yeah, I'm still here. It's just I'm having a very hungry day today, so
Okay.
I am still here.
Well, figured. Otherwise, I'd be just talking to two people. Like, blah, 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 blah. Just going on there. So yeah, it's good. So would you like to prepare any spell as well, like a guiding bolt or a crossbow bolt, that kind of stuff, when they get in range? The other option,
Yeah, I
like
think
said, is
probably. Well, can I see if the others are the others? If I would look about the others, see what they're doing, because there's no point in me doing a guiding bolt if they look like they're preparing to hide.
Yeah, so Valentiel has readied a spell for when they come within range.
I think I'll try a guiding bolt then.
All right, so you ready a guiding bolt for when one comes within range? Okay, awesome.
Best be prepared.
And Ernu, what would you like to do?
Well, if it sounds like there's a few of them coming, I'm not really. I kind of want to cast Hail of Thorns, but I don't know whether I can cast that first and then wait before I sort of attack them, or whether I have to do it.
Yeah, so
Cast it.
effective, you would hold your action, ready it, and you would concentrate on the spell to unleash it as soon as they come within range. And as soon as they do, you would have cast that spell, and then those resources would be expended, and then we would roll initiative then up top of the round, kind of thing. And then we'd take turns as normal. It's like not. I wouldn't say that would be your turn, which technically it might be, but it's kind of silly to do that and then roll initiative and then not have a turn. So that would be your like quick turn, and then we'd roll initiative again to turn order. So you can definitely hold that action to cast that spell when creatures get within range.
Okay.
Awesome. So arrange yourselves on the map how you would like to be set up for this. And so I need to roll. I need to get the encounter also set up as well.
So they're coming down from the north.
They're coming down, yeah, from the north. The mountains are to the south.
I see. Right. Okay.
Wait, so is it? So they're coming from above us? No, the mountains are to
Below.
the south.
Yeah.
Okay.
Below.
Okay.
Below.
All right, that's where I want to be then. Yeah.
Let me change this. Insert. There we go. 2 of those, or 1 of those, and there we go. 2 of those. Wellspring encounter. Shave.
I like Ryanel's approach. Meat shield.
Oh, is that what he's doing?
I
Why
was
am I
thinking that as
here?
well. He's yeah.
Yeah, that
He's
is just-
going to dare them to follow him.
cover.
Yeah.
He's gonna head over here. He has better
Aw.
survival instincts than that.
I thought he was just gonna be playing his little ditty there, just
Distraction. Distraction.
Mm.
Oh, I need to do. So that's all set up. I need to do. Wolf. Alrighty. So they come within range. Oh, that's direwolf.
Direwolf?
Useless. Direwolf. Excellent. I just needed the stat blocks for these creatures. And they're wolf. Excellent. So everything's so they run up. This guy. How many hit points does that thing have? Encounters. This creature. Ooh. Oh, glitch. Oh, that's a good hit. So yeah, deal some damage, and then Wolf will go. So yeah, I'll keep track of that in the background. Sweet. So that's a good amount of damage. So seeing from the north, you see two Blighthorn horrors running towards you. Let me just get out my ruler tool. How far away is 60 feet? Technically the end of the map, so let me just put them back there. They're within range here. You see one of the other one that presumably screeched or shrieked because you heard the one behind you guys also shriek, and it looks the same. And you see these guys running out towards you. So Valentil, if you want to just ping the one you want to hit.
How do I ping?
You can hit the X button, and then you can select the big ping, or you can select just the little swirly, the points tool, the ping tool or the point tool. That one works. I can still see that.
Okay.
So yeah.
Why is it not doing your cool thing where it spooshes?
Oh, you got to select the ping because that's just this is the swirly one called the point.
Oh, okay.
And then if you select the one just beneath that, the ping, then you get the AoE.
Wait. Point. Oh, wait. Oh, well, it's okay. I'm not gonna waste time, but you see what I'm talking about. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So yeah, you make your you cast your spell. So it'd be a roll to hit.
Okay.
This guy. Let me move that here. Oh, and we'll roll initiative in just a moment.
Oh yeah. That's 25. I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
talking like
definitely.
that, but I'm very excited.
I'm
pretty
your
sure
voice has changed. Your accent is good.
Comes and goes. I'm an old man. Don't worry about it.
So yeah, you hit we'll say the one that's charging at you.
I think that's okay. And then
Push him much. I think it's on a hit. It's is it 2d8 or something like that?
yep, 2d8. Oh, that's an 8. That's an 8.
Nice. So you max out the damage, 16 damage. Excellent. So
I do a little
16
dance.
damage. Okay. Next up, I think we'll just go with Tinra. Who would you like to poke? And then, sorry, would you like to choose? And then our
Okay.
new. You're gonna have to remind me what Hail of Thorns does.
From the map, I mean, is anything making directly for me, or should I, or not? If depends if they're split. So I might be going for Rhinal and Arnu. If not, I'll go for the same one that was going for Valentil.
You can definitely do that. You can see which one, or you can try and target a different one. They're just kind of charging up towards the source of the noise, the shriek, right now.
I'll try and hit the same one because maybe we can take one out of action before the, and that improves the odds then. So I'll aim for the same one that Valentil hit.
Okay, so that
Was
would
it
be
looking
this
a bit
one.
sorry for itself?
Yes, it's the red one.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not trusting. I've given up on the digital dice, so I'm gonna do a D20 and see if my manual dice are a bit kinder. They can't be much worse, can they? That's not going to do it. So that's a 9.
9 will not hit, unfortunately. So you unleash the the guiding bolt, the radiant energy.
I better
Uh,
put it down on my sheet as a nice cast.
Yeah, the lightning hit the creature and it kind of jolted and jerked around from the impact of the lightning, and the guiding bolt sails just beside its head.
But you scared it.
And
You scared it.
it scared it. Yeah, and the bonus action to cast Hail of Thorns, concentration. Next time you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack before the spell ends. Creature random. Oh yeah, so you rated the spell to cast that, so you would have cast it as a bonus action, and then technically you can take a shot with your arrow. Are new as well on the same turn because it's a bonus action to cast that.
Oh, you're muted.
Yes, you muted. I was reading the spell as well.
So with that spell, remind myself again.
I need to make a saving throw, whichever one you're targeting, with your arrow attack, I think. So you make a ranged weapon attack, and then this effect would happen.
Yeah. Okay, so just zoom out a bit. I'm going to go for.
Here, let me color code them so you don't have to ping every time, and you can just say the yellow one or the.
Makes sense. Just because it's slightly closer, I'll go with the smaller one in front.
All right, so you aim for the one that shrieked.
Mm.
Yeah, shut that thing.
Alrighty. Yes. So it's a roll to hit on that.
24.
24.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yep. So I need to make a dexterity saving throw. That one succeeds. That one does not. Okay. So roll your normal dice with your arrow, and then also roll a d10 for Hail of Thorns.
Yep. Okay, so the normal one is 5 damage.
So that's the arrow damage.
D10. Yep. D10 rolling. Is that you? It's you. 3.
Okay. So the creature you hit only is succeeded on its save, so it only takes half rounded up. So it takes 2 points, and then the one beside it failed its save within that one. So it takes full damage.
Nice.
All right, it's good. And now we will get into initiative order. So everyone roll initiative. Now we'll roll for the urban guy, Torek as well.
5.
All right.
14.
10.
14, eh?
14.
10.
Okay, so 14, 10, and 5.
14's a bit of a crappy roll, but that's all right.
14. It jumps to the top. 14.
Don't
is
worry, you
good.
didn't have much to compete with.
5. And then right now. 17. Okay. And hey, I didn't ready an action for him because I have too much other stuff to do. Okay. So, top of the round will be this guy. So this guy is going to move its distance. How far can I move? Okay, so I'll get the ruler. Okay. So we can get to here. Unless it dashes. Yeah, it will dash. It's running. So this one will run up and get to here. This one will dash and run up to get here. And this one will run up and dash to get here. I think it can go that far. You notice that these undead, like most undead, are shamble along and don't move very fast. And these particular undead, as you've seen, are quite mobile. So that one can get all the way up there as well. From the bottom. Just get there. And then you noticed from the burrowers Clinging to their stomachs are two little, smaller undead. Oop, lost it. As well. And they kind of peel themselves off and move like a contortionist on
A
their
bit
back.
creepy. That's
It's
a
a
bit
bit
creepy,
creepy.
isn't it? Ugh.
Before they crawl towards you and then eventually right themselves on their 2 feet. And you see these two little guys as well.
So
Joining in
like
the fight.
babies. Yippee.
They're medium sized, so they're as tall as an average human.
Oh. Still yippee. Or yicky.
And they can definitely, they were carried by the burrower. So that was going to be their turns to get up there. Actually, let me just, yeah, actually, you know what? Now this one on its turn will dash up there, and this one on its turn will dash up there, and this one on its turn. So only one was able to get towards you. If I do these properly, and then the other spawn hasn't had its turn yet, but that's all it can do is dash. And then Ryan now will do something on his turn. I will take care of that now, but for now we'll go to Valentiel.
All right. So just out of curiosity, so my options right now, it looks like with what I'm doing, if I'm concentrating on it, Lightning Fury, I can essentially redirect the bolt somewhere else, but that's pretty much no movement, and I just maintain it. It's a sustained charge. I forego 15 feet of my movement to instead use it to wrap the bolt around the initial target or the target of Lightning's Fury, if it's within 30 feet. So is that still considered like that is my action then?
Yeah.
To
So
maintain it?
effectively, how this spell works is you're like using hand gestures to move it around, but it requires you to, for the most part, kind of stay in one spot. Like you can move with some of the movements of the bolt, but you're tracing its steps, its movement with your hand, which requires the concentration, which is why the optional concentration is there for the spell.
Right.
So this creature has dashed like 60 feet up towards you guys. So you can't wrap it around this target, but it's within range of a second target to make another attack from it. Because your bolt, let me get the little overlay here. And can I make this smaller though? No? Okay. Line then. Oh, that's much better. Okay. So we'll say your bolt is here. So it's still in this space.
Oh, interesting. So okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So it would need to then I would need to do Fury then to make it essentially follow it.
Yeah, you can't reach it, so you can definitely use up to 30 feet of movement of your movement to move it. I should probably make that more clear. But if you move it 30 feet, you forgo your movement. Basically, however far you want to move the bolt, you use your movement to do so.
Okay.
I will make that more clear in the spell's description.
But if it's gone, if it's gone the burrow has gone 60 feet, I can't. That bolt won't traverse that amount of space, right? 5, 10. 15.
It won't traverse that amount of space. However, you can redirect it to hit the other one. You can also go for, yeah. So that the other one's about 15 feet away, and then the horror is 25 feet away.
Right. The problem is this thing is now in our personal space. So I feel like me attacking the distant one is not going to be terribly helpful with addressing the immediate
and
threats.
You're concentrating on this spell, so you can still do that, and you can still make an attack with your melee
really
weapon. Yeah.
Oh, well, of course, then that's what I'm going to do. I mean, of course, that's what I'm going to do. All right. So then it's the same. Do I roll to hit on the bolt first?
If you're just concentrating on it, it's just going to sit there. And if you just want to hit with your melee weapon, you can. If you still want to maintain this distance behind the tree, you can do a non-concentration cantrip, or a spell.
Well, that's what I'd like to do is zap. I can zap the near, but blighten, the one that's furthest away with the lightning bolt that's still there, and then pokey poke at the one that's close to me?
So your action would be to either use the bolts to make an attack, or your action would be to attack with your rapier or to make another spell attack.
Right. Okay. That's what I thought. That seemed a little more realistic, but not as flashy. Oh, that's probably the one I was actually thinking of. Okay. Yeah, that was. Oh, yeah. Let me do that. I want to cast lightning missile. Pew pew.
Nice. You can.
Done.
So
Cool.
those don't miss because it's magic missile. So you can send all of them towards this target nearest to you, or you can even send them. What's the range on that? I'm sure it's far
120.
enough to hit. Oh yeah, you can hit any of the other ones as well, unless you want all of them at the closest one to you. You can even redirect one at the little guy here if you like.
That's kind of what I was thinking. Now the red means it's bloodied, right? So
yeah,
the blighted burrow, blight thorn is. So I'm gonna shoot. Oh, wait a minute. What's the? It's 1d4 plus 1 per bolt. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's not a ton. I'm gonna shoot 2 at the one that's immediately close to us, and then 1 at the big guy further away. Oh wait, aren't there? There are 2 little bastards crawling around nearby, aren't there?
There's one with this big one, and then there's another one with the other one down at the bottom. It's still attached to its underside, effectively.
Oh, gotcha. There's a spawn right there. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna do 2 in the big guy and 1 in the little one.
All right. So they automatically hit.
Nice.
So just roll damage for the big one. The little one, since he takes damage, there's this book I got that's really great. There's minion rules. So basically, minions are like little swarms of guys. So basically, if they take any amount of damage, essentially, it's just they're done, because usually they can swarm you. These ones, there's only 2 to kind of like introduce these guys. But effectively, the spawn gets hit with a lightning missile and explodes in the face.
Oh,
Nice.
Doesn't make that noise, but it's funny. And then just roll damage on the other one.
Okay. Yeah, I rolled a 3 and a 4.
And then +2.
Oh, right. So 9.
Yes. So you smash the magic missiles into this guy, and he goes down as well with force damage.
Wait, goes down meaning he's dead, or goes down like he's not ambulatory?
Like torso explodes.
So he's not well.
He's not well. He's very much unalived.
MVP.
So that is, unless you'd like to move anywhere.
No, I'm feeling pretty good where I'm sitting. I
Nice.
gotta cast that. That's it.
All right. I just looked at the time. How about we take a little bit of a break? Unless you want to do your break after this combat. Probably not
I'm
gonna be
happy
too
to
long.
after we finish the combat. If that might be easier, because if it's the next 5-10 minutes, so we're heading towards on the hour, then it's easier to remember for coming back at like past or something.
All right. So sounds like there's consensus. All right. So in that case, Tinra, it is your turn.
I wanted to ask about, because I was reading up about the turn mechanic earlier, and I was for turning undead, because it says you can. It sounded quite fun. I had to admonish. I can present my holy symbol and censor the undead, so I'll like tell them off basically.
Yeah.
It sounds like quite entertaining, and it's got a 30-foot radius, and there's a wisdom throw, and they can be frightened off for like a minute, so that might get them off us. I was just thinking about. I want to ask a bit more about it. So, is that classed as my action for the round, or is it like a bonus action turning?
That's your action. What's the duration on the turn?
It's just 1 minute, which doesn't seem that long, really.
No.
I was thinking. I mean, it sounds it's a lot more conservative than what turning used to be. They'd go away for a few rounds. And the DM would like to sort of cast to see how many rounds they go away, and then they come back again. So
Interesting.
it gives you time to regroup. But so I think it's less powerful in this version.
Well, it's a minute, which is 10 rounds.
Okay. Well,
Um,
yeah. So can I? They're not. The other ones aren't near enough, are they? Because it's a 30-foot radius.
So that would be this radius here. I drew it on the map in light
Okay.
gray. So that'd be the radius of turn, and they're not quite there yet.
Okay.
I think
They're not quite
does it
there. So
now. Is it a point you choose, or is it from you? Like, is it just
it doesn't actually. There's not a huge amount of information in the description. It just says 30-foot radius, and I have to sort of hold up my holy symbol and censor the undead. So I think I'm assuming it's 30 foot from me. Otherwise, it wouldn't really make sense, would it?
Yeah.
They'd have to have line of sight of me.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty
I
sure.
can't imagine if I'm brandishing a symbol. I can't really imagine
Yeah.
it not being from me. If you see what I mean.
Preserve life. Disciple of life. Lucky. It's also really good for groups.
Yeah, because if it's like a group, it used to be that if there's a group of undead, say you had a mixed group of undead, you could only turn the least powerful ones. That's what it used to be. It didn't make any distinction when I was reading about it.
Oh, here we go. Any undead you see that can see or hear you within 30 feet of you. So yeah, it's a radius from you. So they're not quite within range yet.
Okay, well I'll hold that as in reserve then. So Valentin's pretty much dealt with the ones that are physically near us anyway, hasn't he? So
yeah,
I'll just hold that in reserve. I don't think there's anything else I can do at the moment, really.
Yeah, you can launch a spell. You can even use a cantrip.
Well, I could launch Sacred Flame at them then, in that case, because that's a cantrip, and that if they get sort of hit with that, I think they have to take radiant damage.
Yes.
So the range of that's 60 feet, so I'm assuming the ones that are a bit further away, I should be able to comfortably go with that. So if I
you can hit all of them. They're within 50 feet of you, so yeah, you can hit them.
I'll go for Sacred Flame then.
So which one are you? Are you going for yellow, or are you going for?
Well, I'm going to go for. Let's have a look. I'll just zoom out a little bit on the map so I can see them a bit better. I'll go for the big yellow one. Yeah.
All right. I need to make a dexterity saving throw. There's a 6 on the dice. I don't think that's going to do it. Dexterity. It's a total of 11. Yeah, it fails. So I take 1d8 radiant damage.
Okay, let's grab my d8.
Is this how the Blackthorn talks now? Is this canon?
Yeah.
Well, show Blackthorn.
That's good. I've got 6 damage.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it's looking a bit sorry for itself now.
Let's see. Not quite, but it did take the full damage. Sacred Flame. Pew! Now, you can technically cast another spell as a bonus action if you wish, since you only cast a cantrip. So if you want to cast like another spell as a bonus action, if you have it, you can. Otherwise, if you want to move anywhere, that would be your turn.
I think I'll stay where I am because I'm fair. I've got a decent amount of cover, and I think it's best to because I think Arnu and Brian are near each other. Probably best to stay near Valentin and they can cover each other if we get attacked.
Yes. So now it is the horror's turn. So now he'll heal. It's all relative. He dashes towards you, and can you do anything? No. Just all I can do is get to you. So that's the end of that one's turn. This one's already dead. That's the spawn. Alright, so now it's the other one that got hit. We'll run up to here. And the other one will take its turn as it crawls off. That one is getting prepared to do its turn. This doesn't have to move anywhere. All right, Arnu, you are up. You are muted, I believe, still.
Okay, where's my gone?
Is Hail of Thorns? Let me double check there. Is Hail of
It's I think it's just it's pretty much a one-use thing.
Mm.
So once you've managed to actually use it, then it's done.
The next time you hit a creature, yeah. The next time you hit. So if you miss, it still is on. You're concentrating on it. Oh, and I see here you speak with animals. It doesn't use a spell slot. It shouldn't use a spell slot. That should
It
just
seems
be
to have taken up
one.
one.
Oh, it should be.
Weird.
It says once per long rest. I wouldn't say that would use a spell slot. I don't know if it did it automatically or not.
Undo it.
All right.
But yeah, the hail thing is over with.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to cast Hunter's Mark and then attack the one next to me with a sword.
Nice.
Okay.
Let me do this. Right.
Where's
Let me check its AC. 12 will just miss.
I used the bonus action for that. Never mind. Okay.
Oh, that reminds me. When you level up, did you manage to select a feat okay? Because I know you use two weapons a
Yeah.
lot, and if you do use dual wielder, you are able to basically roll your offhand. I don't know which one you picked, but you basically able to use your offhand weapon the same way you'd use your regular hand weapon. Well, let's see.
That
You
might
went
be
with
a
the
better
archer.
one, actually.
You went
I
with your
did, but
archer.
I'm not. I don't
Oh,
think I
and then
saw
you
that
went with
on
the
the,
archer one. It's all good. Just in case you missed that one. It depends if you want to use bow or sword. There'll be more opportunities to get more feats as we level up, but I didn't know which one you picked. But I see you went with archer. Pew pew.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So yeah, I guess that's the turn then. Unless you want to move anywhere. You can also say you duck behind a tree if there's a tree nearby. There's one about 5 feet
Yeah,
away.
I might just move behind just a little bit further away from here. Just so it's not quite.
Okay. Well, it misses its opportunity attack. I roll a 5 on the dice, so you're fine. Alrighty.
Cool.
So minion. Let's see. Okay. So it's now the spawn's turn. Let's see. You just did a spell at this one. Who would attack? There's a few options in the area here. So let's see. Valentine odds, Tinra evens. That is 11. So the spawn will move its way up here, and it is going to try and hit you. And it does not hit you. It attempted to launch a little web towards you, trying to go for your face, but you definitely dodge out of the way.
I do indeed. Yes, that sounds like
Yes.
what I would do. Very deft. Definitely dodging.
Alright, and then it just quickly Torque's turn to see if he hits this guy again. He does. And the wolf's turn, and does not hit. That's okay. They're dealing with this guy up here. Die, you fiend! Die. Alright.
In German, that means the, you fiend, the.
Valentine, it's your turn again. Rhino is going to make a attacks while you deliver it.
All right. So
It's fine.
if I just noticed, so I've got a lightning missile as a 1 and 2, first and second. It looks like second level I get one more rocket or one more missile.
You do.
All right, so I'd like to cast
Yes.
a level 2 then. Lightning missile. I want to nail the horror that is encroaching on our new. I want to nail the turd muffin that just tried to web me, and I want to send 2 into the Blightthorn Burrower.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, and 1.
1, 2, and yep.
Alrighty. So roll some damage.
Alrighty. And is just rolling for the big one, or because the other 2 are just kind of they just blow up, or are they a different breed than the one that?
Oh yeah, this guy gets hit and instantly disintegrates.
Okay. Whee! That's a 4, 3, 2. So I guess.
So just go in order from the targets you said. So we'll do 5 for the one farthest away, and then the other 2. So how much damage to the other 2? I forget, please.
So so it's 4
Was it
for
3
the
and 2. 4,
Yeah.
3, and 2. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So 5 for the first guy. 4, 7. Okay.
Oh, plus the 1 for each of them. So.
Yeah. So I took that into effect.
Okay.
Account took that into account, and yellow is now red.
Yay.
Yay! That's good. Other horror is gonna see if we can do anything. Ooh, what's this thing? Yeah, it's gonna hit. So Torek is like, "Huh? He's got me." So Torek is now grappled, and the wolf is gonna try and never mind. The wolf crits. And the
Nice.
horror gets off. It rips its jaw off. So that happens in the background. Volunteer, you shot your missiles. Excellent. Tinra, is your turn.
I would like to. Well, I'm going to do as my bonus action. Not guiding bolt. Spiritual weapon, and that. So I'll go for the big one again, just to try and take it down sort of quickly. And for my main action, I'll just try and turn. I'd just like to see how that goes as well. And so, be gone, vile beasts, and just see whether or not, if I wave my holy symbol around, whether they don't like it or not.
Yeah, I don't think Channel Divinity is a spell. So I think you're able to do both.
Can you flavor
Yeah,
that so it
it doesn't
look
count
so
as a
silly?
spell when I looked at it,
Yeah.
so I thought it'd be worth just doing just to see how it. I don't think I've tried turning before in this version, so this would be interesting to see how it works.
All right. So I think I need to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, it says Wisdom saving throw, and then they're frightened for a minute.
Nice. So Wisdom save. I think they just make it. Normally, turn undead, holy symbol, each undead. So I need to make this a couple times. So that is a natural 17 on the dice for the one closest. And then the one farthest away, that's cocked. But it was a 20. Okay, so that's an 11. Plus its wisdom. So it's 12. I think that fails. What's the DC? It does not say the DC, I don't think. How undying is that? It's probably what your spellcasting DC is. But yeah, it doesn't even say anything. It said turn undead. And then it says make a wisdom save and doesn't tell you the DC.
It seemed
So-
quite vague for that, but I just
Yeah.
thought it'd be an interesting dynamic to try it out in a fairly low risk situation. It's just something
Yeah.
I think which we could use. I wouldn't abuse it because I think otherwise you don't get to have any combat. They keep
Oh, you
running
can-
away, but
can
it
abuse
gives
it
us
if
some
you
breathing
want.
space. If something like, for example, attacks us and we just need a bit of breathing space.
Well, you can't really abuse it. You have one to use per short rest. So it's like one per
Yeah.
combat. And some will save, some will not. You can use as many times as you want. But
Now's
the
a good
12,
time to experiment anyway. So
when you're not surrounded. So yeah, this one is frightened. I'm going to
serves it
rename
right.
that. Yeah. I might have to do this. Yeah, it has a character limit. So I have to do it like that. You know what? I can use the archaic term. Okay. It is now feared. So it can't willingly move towards you.
Yeah, it's probably just scuttled back a little bit.
Yeah. I think it makes attack with disadvantage. All right, so that's pretty good. And you can also make an attack with your
A spiritual weapon, so I'll just
spiritual
roll for
weapon.
that. I might as well not bother. 4.
Yeah.
Well, it might tickle the frightened creature.
I would say it has advantage though, because it's. Oh wait, never mind. If you're doing the closest one, the burrower.
I doubt it's going to be much of an advantage on a 4.
If it was frightened, I would say sure, that's fine. But yeah, it's not within line of sight. No, you actually, if you're frightened, you have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls within line of sight, so you don't have advantage on them. I just have disadvantage, and I can't willingly move closer. Yeah, I knew that part. Okay, so it's a pretty good turn. It's now the horror's turn. Backs away from you towards Arnu.
Sorry, Arnu, that wasn't quite what my intention was.
And it is going to make 2 attacks with disadvantage. So 13 or 18. So one of them is going to hit, and that's it. The second one's going to miss. So a 13 plus stuff will hit. 13. So it's an 18 to hit. Okay, so Arnu, you are going to take 6 points of piercing damage, and you are grappled.
What's with all these creatures grappling Arnu? They just need to keep their hands, paws, claws, and hooves off of our companion here.
So as it
right, they just love you.
So it goes to strike you with one of its claws, and the first one gets a hold of you, and the second one misses, and then you see another one of its claws jutting out of its back go for you as well, but you manage to just move enough to get out of the way.
Okay.
And grappled, disadvantage on attack rolls other than against the grappler. It can move you. Yeah, it's going to. Let's see. That every time that moves, it's so annoying. Let's see, I can still. Oh my god. I'm going to move that aura out of here because I keep grabbing it.
No, my aura.
No, the aura. It's still there. It already happened. So let me use select tool. I can move both of you. This is going to drag you this far. It's pretty much as far as it actually can't really move that way. So it goes up this way. Drags you a little bit from behind the tree at least. And that's its entire turn. And is now the burrower. Definitely going to go for you, Tinra. Okay, it is 10 or less health. So it is going to make. I don't have a D2. I'll roll a D3.
A D2? Isn't that a quarter?
It's a quarter or something. But I'll just use a D3. It's going to only make 1 attack. All right, let's see if it hits you.
Is that because it's a bit upset and scared?
Oh yeah, that's a natural 19 on the dice. So it only makes 1 attack, which is not a whole lot. It's going to come out with 2 of its claws at once. So that is going to be. If it misses an attack, I can make another one. Okay. Do that. But that's 11 plus stuff will miss. So it's only going to deal 11 points of piercing damage to you, Tim.
Only, that's a lot.
I was going to say, he kind of tried to cushion that. That's a little gaslighting. Only 11 points? Only a third
Only
of your
11,
life?
yeah. That's quite a lot.
I rolled max on the damage dice. I pulled a Valentine and rolled 2 8s.
I've just
I
taken it
rolled
off
an
my
8. I
hit
didn't roll
point.
2 8s, but I rolled an 8 for its damage.
And that's when it's discouraged as well. That's yippee, not.
It can't make as many attacks as it used to, though. All right, Arnu, you are currently grappled by this creature in front of you.
Mhm. I'd like to try to get out of it. It's grasping.
So, okay, so you can either make an athletics or acrobatics check.
Make acrobatics check.
You have to beat a 19.
Oof. No problem. You got this.
Oh wait, it has disadvantage. That's cool. Okay, you have to beat a 15. Oh,
8.
right.
Halfway there.
Halfway there. So yeah, you are still grappled by this thing in one of its claws to escape. As you try and break free, and you are now considered restrained. So you can still make an attack on your turn, but you have disadvantage. But your speed is now 0.
Okay.
Yippee. No.
Yeah.
Ooh, and
Not
it
a
can
great
do
time.
this. Ooh, that's cool. It's a nat 1, anyways. So let's resolve that before we resolve this. So yeah, what would you like to do on your turn? Your speed is currently 0, and you couldn't break free.
Guess that's the gone, isn't it? So
Oh, and you took
I
damage.
use my extra sword attack.
Yep, for sure.
Oh, disadvantage on it.
Yeah.
So that's 15 and
9.
9.
Yeah, 9 will unfortunately miss, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw since you took damage and you're concentrating on a spell.
Okay. 20.
You maintain concentration on Hunter's Mark against this thing. The horror also used its reaction as soon as you became restrained. It used its reaction to give the ally behind it an extra attack, but it rolled a nat 1 on the attack against Tinra, so it missed. And that spawn's also wiped from existence. Rhino is still going to try and help you break free by trying to pull you off. So he's going to make an athletics check. What's his athletics? Is it good or is it bad? Oh, he's very good. So yeah. So he manages to pull you free. He spent his whole turn doing it, but he pulled you free from the horror. So you're no longer grappled by it.
Nice.
And it gives you a bardic inspiration as well, so you can add d6 to basically anything. Huzzah! Valentine, you're up.
Who is?
Thouest.
Well. Then in that case, I shall taketh out my ignium rapier and skewer the scared and naughty Blightthorn burrower. Or
This
I
one
guess
is
I'll
not
try
frightened.
Huh?
But,
he is
one's
because
not
I'm looking
frightened.
at him. I'm giving him the death stare, and he's like crapping
gotcha.
his pants right now. Just
All right.
that's flavor.
He's not wearing pants, but go ahead and make an attack.
Well, then he's really screwed. All right, so that's 17.
Yep, that will hit for sure.
Nice. All right. 1d8 plus 4. All right. Nice. 11.
Yes. How would you like to finish this one off?
Gonna do a kind of a flash attack where it's like, and then, like right if it's whatever. Does it have a neck?
Yeah, it would
like
have a neck.
It has a neck. Okay, then yeah. So I poke, and then just off with the head, and it rolls off. I'm not gonna catch it because it looks nasty. So yeah, that's it.
It does.
I step on it. Yeah.
And you smash its skull in with a surgeon's precision.
Mm.
All right. If that's all on your turn, Tinra, you are up.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of whack it, the big one with my mace, just because I've not had much success with spells. So let's see if
there's only one left.
Oh, hang on. Okay. So I'll go back to the map just a sec.
Yeah, Tinra, I took care of it. You can sit down if you'd like, take a nap, whatever. I'm
Okay.
handling it all myself.
Can I move over to get at the one that's with Rhino and
Yep. You
and
can get
Arnu?
here,
Yeah.
here,
And then
here, or here.
okay, I'll keep it there because that way I'm right by it. So I'll have a go with my mace. 14.
Yep, 14 will hit.
Is that good enough?
Yep.
Okay.
The armor
let's go
class
back.
is 13.
Right, okay, so back to my mace. I think that's D6, isn't it? Plus something.
D6 plus
Back to
your
D6
strength, so
plus
3.
Yeah, plus 3. So 3, so that's 6.
6 more damage.
That'll teach you to attack my friends.
And you still have the spiritual weapon.
Spiritual weapon. Okay, let's face facts. It hasn't been much good, but let's try. 8. So nope.
Yeah. It goes to whack
Fine.
it. It hits one of its protruding claws from its back, but it doesn't seem to notice.
It just glances off, basically.
Cracks it, you hear a but it doesn't seem to care. As a flavory way of saying it does nothing. Alright. So the horror is still frightened. Do I repeat a save, or am I just frightened for the entire duration? I think I have to repeat the save, because that makes sense to me. A turned creature must spend its turn. Yep. Can't take reactions. Okay, so good thing the other attack missed. Oh wait, you moved close to it. Those can't take reactions. Yeah, so since you're close to it, as you move close to it, it is going to just move away. It's going to dash. Yeah, I can't even attack. So it is going to try and get the heck out of here. And everyone can make an attack of opportunity against it. It's going to get to here, but yeah,
cow.
you all can roll against it.
That's fast.
19.
Yeah, 19 will hit. 13 will
With
just
my
hit.
mace.
Wow.
So 4,
12.
5, 6, 7. 7 damage in total.
12 will miss, unfortunately. 7 damage plus 4.
No, it was 4 plus the 3, so it's 7 in total.
7 total. Sorry, I'm counting Ryan's attack as well. He took a poke. So yeah, it dashed away. It's looking wounded. And a 12 will miss, unfortunately. That's all it can do on its turn. What a useless guy. Turned creatures spend turns. It doesn't say anything about repeating a save. It's turn for 1 minute if it fails. So yeah, it's either save.
Yeah, it's just either
Or-
saves and then it can carry on as normal, or it's turned for the
Yeah.
duration, basically.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I get there now. All right. So yeah, it's pretty good. It's now all the way down there. So Arnu, you're up.
Yeah.
On deck is
Yep.
Yep. So it's all the way
yeah.
down there.
Yeah. Oh, you can also use. Oh, it's still marked, right? So that's good.
How far away is it now?
I would say from where you would have dashed, like as far as I can go on the map, so 55 feet from you.
Can I switch to trying to attack it with the longbow then?
Yep.
Right. Okay.
That's unfortunate. I think. What's?
8.
I think what does Archer do? I think it still misses intelligence. Sorry, it's a little awkwardly worded. It was one of my own.
Yeah.
So you can add
think it's
1
sort of-
to
Yeah.
1 to any range weapon attack roll. So I will actually edit that in the overall attack roll during our break. But you basically have an additional +1 to your ranged attack rolls because you would add your intelligence modifier. It's basically of saying, okay, I become better at shooting, and I can calculate distances and that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, a 9 will still miss.
Could I? Is it worth trying to use the inspiration to try and add a d6 to it, or?
Yeah, you can if you want to see if you can hit with your inspiration.
3 added to that. 12.
So 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 will still just miss, unfortunately.
Oh well.
You hit. It's again. You managed to hit one of its extra limbs, but it seems to do nothing to this one because it's a very not a key target.
But you hear it say, "Whoa, that shot was inspired."
You do. Okay. Yes. Valentil, you are up because Rhino is far away, so I can't really do much from here. But it's your turn.
All right.
Technically, your bolt is still way the heck down there.
All right.
So you can still move it.
Part of my big brain plan. So that I'm not casting it at this point, right? I'm using a turn to direct it, but I don't have to cast it.
No, you're still concentrating on it. You haven't dropped that yet.
All right. Then yeah, so I guess this would be Lightning's Fury then.
Yeah, you can move it. You can use. Let's see. It's kind of edge of that. It's actually farther away than I thought, so it's about 20 feet away. So you can use 20 feet of your movement to redirect the bolt.
Okay. Yeah. Choose a new target within 30 feet of the previous target, I think. So, yeah.
Yeah, technically the previous target was down here.
That's what I mean, right? So it's okay. Cool. All right. So so I'm gonna redirect it to that thing.
0.
Okay.
Yeah. So go ahead and make a ranged spell attack.
All right. So is that attack to hit or that
to hit? Yeah.
It just moves, huh?
Yeah, to hit. Yeah.
Okay. Ew. Wait. Is that 10? So it does not.
Actually, let's see what's in here. So wait, it was 5, 10. Yes. Something. Yeah, 10 will miss, unfortunately. You go to strike out, and it misses. Still concentrating on it, though.
Cool.
Now look at Rhino stuff. Tinra, you're up.
So I'm going to do. Could I do a cross as it's out of range of? I do a crossbow bolt, can't I? And then I've still got the guiding, not the spiritual weapon as well, haven't I?
Yeah, you have spiritual weapon. I think that can move 20 feet.
Yeah,
20 or
so
30 feet.
I can direct that. So I'll roll for the spiritual weapon first, so that's the sort of bonus thing, and then I'll try and get it with the crossbow.
Yeah, you're fortunately not within range for the spiritual weapon, but you can move it.
Well,
Too
this
bad.
doesn't matter because I got a 1 anyway. So
Oh, okay.
for comedy effect. Okay. I'll try and
swings at the
with
air.
my crossbow. Yeah.
Yeah, you can use your crossbow. You're still within range of some ranged spells too, if you prefer that. Like guiding bolt.
I got a 9. That's not going to be good enough with the crossbow. So I've missed.
Unfortunately, well, it is quite the ways away, and yeah, this thing is slowly going to be getting away. So yeah, I need to make a dexterity. Oop. Dexterity saving throw. There's 11. What's his dexterity? I think it's good enough to beat that. Even with a +2 with a 13. I think that beats the DC. Yeah, just succeeds. Actually, so nothing happens. Rhino was going to cast Fairy Fire to try and illuminate it to give you guys advantage, but this thing managed to succeed. Ooh, it has disadvantage. Oh, yeah, it managed to just succeed. Okay, that was Rhino's turn. Tinra shot up with the crossbow. There's now the Horror's turn. I think it still has to spend its turn fleeing. So I don't know if there's a way I can actually.
Hopefully, as it's injured, it's fleeing slowly, so we can have another go at it.
Let's see. Can I add turn? I don't think I can. Sort of. It sort of works. Very janky. Tremendous success. There we go. Alright, so it's going to continue to run. Zooming way the heck out. Yeah, because it can get from there. Ah! Oh. I think it's a little bit. At this point, let's see how it's the best way to resolve this. You can chase after it, making some more attacks. It's going to continue to run away. We're seeing if this would work at all, but I don't think it is. No, because it's outside the map. The ruler doesn't even work at that point. So yeah, let's not worry about that. It's going to continue to run away. It is effectively just off the map right now.
It was
60.
55 plus 60, essentially.
It's going to be quite a ways away.
Well, 55 plus 60 is still technically in range of missiles.
It is.
I would like to ram one. I would like to shoot 3. Well, it's not my turn, but when it is my turn, I will be shooting rockets up his butt.
Ooh. So Torek fails to shoot him from this distance because can't remember what the range is, but he rolled 2 on the dice anyways, 2 and a 5. So it doesn't even matter if he was at advantage because he can't hit from that far. Oh, I have shamed myself and my family. Just kidding.
Yeah, you've been pretty non-effective. Your snow wolf is really the only thing that's carrying you right now. But yeah, okay. You got those arrows.
So
those smelly arrows.
It just runs away.
Trying to hit it with an arrow.
Yep, Arnie, it's your turn. You can definitely hit it with an arrow. I think it's still within range of your normal attack.
Kill.
Brandon's also going to give you another inspiration.
22.
Yep. That'll hit.
Oh yeah.
That's good.
So yeah, roll D8, D6. 9
Nice.
and a D6. Plus your D6 for Hunter's Mark.
Oh yeah. 3 as well. I did that.
So
We've got my
9
one.
and 3. Ooh, that was a very good shot. And you shoot your magic missiles. I think it's yeah, because at the top of the round, it's Rhino, but he can't do anything at this distance. Othin, yeah. So yeah, Valentil, you're up. You cast your magic missiles. Just roll damage.
Okay.
I'm assuming level 1 again. Yeah, you
Yeah.
said 3, so yeah, level 1.
4, 2, 3. So that's another 9 plus 3.
Yeah. Yep, that'll be
12.
enough to finish it off.
Awesome.
Well done,
Kapow.
team.
Shoo! And it explodes into a pile of Blah.
Good thing we weren't close by when that happened.
Yes.
Also nice to slightly outranger the ranger as well, the other ranger as well.
He was in range, but he can't shoot. He didn't shoot that far.
He has a teeny bow. Pew!
It is a short bow.
There you go.
Alrighty, excellent. So that one's off the map, and these two things are done. Those are other things are done. He's like, and that's, yes, we are out of combat. I think everyone is still okay for damage. So Torek goes off and says, "Well done, team. I think I will go turn in for the evening. Took a couple hits. But good luck to you. I'll continue hunting out here. Come on, Snow." Yep. And Snow marches along.
He'll be dead in a day.
So you guys just defeated a couple new types of undead. You've seen a couple abilities. You have the weak little spawn that came at you. They're clinging to the undersides of the burrowers. That's such a word to say every time. And you also encountered the Blythehorn horrors, which have extra limbs protruding from their back that they use to attack and grapple and all that kind of stuff. And they can also shriek to bolster their allies as well. And to just be super loud.
Charming.
Yes, charming and ostensibly misunderstood.
Always.
Yeah, they do sound a bit misunderstood. Or it's the shrieking, I imagine.
But you also saw that this horror was the risen form of the warrior you found the other day. So it seems like his body mutated and transformed into this horror. So you've now witnessed the, not directly observing, but you have seen the mutations firsthand.
I guess it's probably worth us in future if we come across anyone fallen just burning the body or something so it can't resurrect.
Yeah, I don't know if that's been tried before.
I'm just wondering, because I mean, if we bury it, if it becomes undead, it probably claw its way out, couldn't it?
Yes, the burrowers could burrow their way out.
It's in the
We do
name.
both for good measure.
Yeah.
Burn and bury.
Burn and
Just left
bury.
it.
Maximum destruction.
Burn and pillage.
So technically
Yeah,
you still are.
let's be thorough about it.
Yes, technically you're still hanging out at the wellspring. Like Torek took his leave with Snow, and the bodies are still around. So with these thoughts, you're welcome to attempt to bury them and spend some time there if you'd like, or you can make your way immediately, starting back to the temple.
Let's just have a little bonfire with them first. I'd feel happier not knowing that they don't somehow reanimate and come after us. Otherwise, we're like wasting our time spent killing them because they'll just come back again.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know much about them, so and some undead do regenerate. So I think we'll take a bit of time just to burn them.
Stupid regenerating undead.
Yeah.
All right. So I made you 30 to see how long it takes. It does not take long at all to basically up to half an hour to see. But it doesn't take long at all to gather up the bodies, burn them. It takes about half an hour.
They're nice and flammable. Then that's useful to know.
Yeah, they're not moist, at least.
Moist.
They're not nice and moist. It's a little bit tricky to get the fire going, but eventually you manage to do so, especially with certain magics you guys have learned now, which we'll get to in a moment. But yeah, you're able to burn the bodies after a little bit of time, and then you make your way down the road, this road you've seen before, to on their way to the wellspring, to the temple from the wellspring. I know what I mean.
Yeah. That makes one of us.
Alrighty. So as you all are walking, that's D30. All right. I think, yeah, you just managed to catch wind of this. So you guys are walking along, whatever thoughts are going through your heads. And Arnu, you're the only one who hears this. does got a 17 on the stealth roll, so you hear a little you feel the presence of someone, and you feel like a cool breeze, like when someone walks past you and you can kind of feel that air. You kind of hear that, feel that rather, and then a moment later you turn to see, and there's a woman standing right to the left of you, depending who's in the marching order. If you're either side by side to rest, or if you're going single file down the road, we can quickly resolve that. Arnie's probably leading the way back, but you guys probably know the way back by now. But wherever Tinra is, since you're the closest one,
I was going to say that I was next to Arnu, if Arnu's at the
Yep.
front, because I think I'm generally second, aren't I, in the marching order, unless we have a particular reason for swapping people around.
it's up to you. The person at the back would be checking for stuff coming up from behind. So
Yeah,
sometimes
normally Rhino's at the back, isn't he?
Yeah, and Rhino, he has okay awareness. I think out of everyone, Arnu has the highest passive perception and awareness, and Tinra has the second. Yes. But anyways, you just managed, if you're standing beside Arnu, you feel the cold touch of a blade just as Arnu turns to see a figure standing just to the left of you, to the right, coming at you from the left. And it's a woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, and wearing a shoulderless dress, blue dress. Cutouts on the sides for mobility. And she's holding a particular type of weapon that almost looks like a blend between a scimitar and a sword. And she comes out of the woods basically almost undetected, except for everyone else.
Does she look hostile? I mean, she could just be carrying the weapon just because it's a self-defense thing.
Yeah. And she holds it up and she says, "My." Almost went southern again.
I did declare why all the people from down the south.
All the villains.
Well, no, the owl was down south.
What have we here? No.
Now.
I had an accent. I think it vanished though. So I'm gonna say, "What have we here?" And as the woman speaks, "Adventurers from the woods." And you turn to see this woman, and she has heavy bags under her eyes. She looks like she hasn't been sleeping very much. I need everyone to make an insight check just before she begins continuing her dialogue.
Natural 20.
Nice. Oh, I also need to put my notes for this. Useful. Notes are very useful.
Oh, terrible.
It's okay, Arnu. You close your eyes. I'll do all the observing.
I think I heard 4.
Yeah.
12.
Well, with a dirty 20, you can see that she hasn't slept for several days. Mechanically speaking, she has 3 levels of exhaustion. So she has not had a lot of restful nights. Actually, that reminds me. Yeah, all of you managed to actually see. Because I still use the exhaustion rules for NPCs, so that means she has a -6 to all of her dice rolls. So instead of 17 with stealth, it's 11. So you guys actually all managed to see it coming, but she still approaches nonetheless. Now, since everyone's able to herd, you're able to back out of the way, so she actually doesn't get it right up close, but she still holds it up. Just to kind of gauge your intentions. But she has pretty good insight as well. Never mind. Looking at the wrong stat. So she doesn't know what's up. So that's why it makes justifiable sense that she was trying to gauge your intentions.
Is it worth us asking her if she looks visibly exhausted, whether she's been having recurring nightmares? Because she could have been targeted by that creature as well.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I guess you explain in that.
She's speaking in common. I'm assuming she is.
She's speaking in common. It's like, my, what have we here? And then said adventures from the woods. I can't remember where I left off with the dialogue, but yeah, you asked the question. She said, "Well, yes. Why go southern again? Gotta get this out of my head. It will never happen. Save me."
My name's Forrest Gump. People
Force
call
away.
me.
But yeah. Yes. Unfortunately, I have not been able to have much sleep. I've been tracking the witches in the Hinterwoods, and I've determined that a green hag leads them. But in my search over there, I have not been able to sleep since leaving the woods. As soon as I got to the mountains, I haven't been able to sleep.
Have you ever had any dreams of something sitting on your chest, like a sort of her little demony thing? She's the technical term.
The mare.
Yeah,
Uh,
that
I have
makes a little
not.
whinnying sound.
I have not seen such a creature, but someone's been messing with my sleep. But this doesn't matter. I still will continue with my task.
Well, the only reason
You
I
just-
mention it is that our friend got attacked by it and ended up feeling exhausted and has been having nightmares since as well.
Well, I do
So
suspect.
you're just
Go ahead.
tired from the chase, from the relentless chase.
No, I don't think so. Been several nights where I haven't been able to sleep. I think a night hag might be influencing my dreams, my sleep, preventing a restful slumber.
So not to insult you and question your intelligence, but you got enough bags under your eyes to hold like 500,000 gold. And what exactly do you think you're going to do in that condition if you do encounter the people that you're hunting?
I'll fight to my last breath, for I am Blotha, Blade of Ravenhall, and I have rarely known defeat.
But you've also rarely known sleep, so it's cool. Okay, well, good to know.
Yeah, I was going to ask actually whether you'd like to share our campfire tonight, and we can keep an eye on you and see if anything comes and attacks you. You might actually get a better night's sleep if we're watching over you.
No. I think I'll be fine. I can handle things on my own.
Oh, come now! Don't tell me you're afraid of 4 complete strangers telling you to sleep restfully under our watch.
Thanks for going the confrontational route.
No,
I was
I was
more
pointing.
thinking-
I'm empathizing with her.
Because
Yeah.
she's super. Go ahead.
I was more thinking about the fact that this demon thing, we've ascertained that if it keeps exhausting the person, it can drink their soul. So I just want to make her aware that if this demon thing's what's targeting her, she could end up losing her soul soon. So I think it would be unkind not to mention the possibility, so she can make an informed decision.
Since she's super tired, I rolled on the madness table that's in the DMG. And the madness she's currently experiencing because she's super sleep deprived is she gains this flaw. I am the smartest, wisest, strongest, fastest, and most beautiful person I know. So she thinks she can handle everything on her own right now.
Is there anything I can do to help her medically? Can I do like a medicine check and see if there's anything I can do to ease the situation?
You know, at this point, you wouldn't be able to cure the madness. That would be
Okay.
a higher level magic, but
But if she
and
could sleep,
even with the exhaustion as well, that's also high level magic to physically
Yeah.
remove exhaustion. It's actually the same magic to remove the madness.
okay.
But so she just needs to essentially fight it on her own. That's the only way at this point, but keeping an eye on things, maybe preventing the visitor from visiting again, that kind of thing.
I
Might
do
be able
have
to
a
be useful.
magic sleeping stick that I could whack her on the back of the head with, and that might help us out a little bit.
Yeah, she's going to trust us no end after you do that, isn't she?
Well, she'll be unconscious. Who
That's
cares?
helpful. Unconscious is good enough.
She puts her sword away because you haven't actively attacked her. But she does have a crazed look in her eye. And yes, bags under to carry at least 5,000 gold.
Come
Bag's
in handy,
crazy.
that. What? So
But yes,
oh wait! I don't have it. Do I? I didn't take the. I took something other than the telepathic conversation, didn't I?
Yeah, you took prestidigitation.
Yeah, nabbit. Okay, never mind. was going to telepathically communicate with a comrade. So, ma'am, please pardon my rudeness. I just would like to confer with my compatriots for just a brief moment. I know you can handle yourself. You're the biggest, baddest, most bravest person. So if you could keep a lookout while we confer, that would be amazing. She can't pick up on sarcasm because she's so tired, right?
Nope.
Good. Okay. So what I was going to ask you all, like, if we're really trying to save her, we might have to resort to a little more aggressive measures, or we can let her go, or we can just use her as kind of a decoy, invite her along and have her kind of take the brunt of whatever attack we get. So I think the first one, even though it seems less humane, was probably the nicer one, or we just let her be because she seems like she'd be a liability if we took her anywhere.
Just for context, on the map, this is kind of what you see here. Let me just fix this because it's in reverse order. It sounded like it was like this, something like this. And she came out of wherever the woods are. We'll say there are woods over here. This way. So she's kind of in this space, and you all were here. Where would you like to move away? Because she kind of looks at you, puts her nose up like this kind of thing. Like a haughty expression, but she nods, and then you all have to have this conversation. Where would you like to move? How far away would you like to move? Because if you're doing it like even like 10 feet away, she could still hear you.
Yeah, I think we need to move enough to be able to.
Over here?
She can't hear.
However far you want to
Is that
move,
10 feet away?
you can move wherever you wish. But I would need all of you to
Still
make.
keep an eye on her in the background.
Yep, she's walking there. So if you're all over here having like a group huddle kind of thing, I guess Ryan will too. Don't forget me. Kind of like this kind of setup. I need you also to make charisma-based stealth checks to see how quiet you can whisper.
Yeah.
Unless you want to move farther away, then you have.
So what check are we doing?
Unless you want to move farther away, then you have advantage on the roll. But it's a stealth check, but it's whispering. It's like I would call this like a more of a charisma-based stealth check.
Oh, I didn't realize I'm actually -2 on charisma.
Could even be. Let me just see here.
Ouch. What if we sent Ryan L over to
It'd
talk
also be
with
a
her?
wisdom base. Wisdom base would make more sense. Wisdom based stealth check, because your awareness of being quiet kind of thing.
All right.
So wisdom based stealth check. So it's a stealth check. If you have proficiency in stealth, you add your proficiency. Otherwise, you use your wisdom modifier instead of your dexterity.
Okay.
Sorry, which one are we? I thought you said we were doing wisdom, but are we now doing stealth instead?
It's a wisdom based stealth check. It's more like you're speaking. You're
So
using
we're doing
like
stealth. I used the wrong thing then.
yeah, awareness of situational awareness, that kind of thing, to speak quietly.
I got just as bad. I got 3, so that's no good.
But you would add your wisdom.
8.
So we'll do the wisdom. It'd almost be a wisdom check. So 8 wisdom. Yeah.
Oh, it's
so you guys are
wisdom.
whispering. So like effectively, you are whispering. You're being quiet.
Mm-hmm.
As far as you know, you're not like talking like this. This like rolling low numbers doesn't mean you're talking normal volume. You are effectively whispering.
Okay.
Like this. Just because you roll low, doesn't mean you're actually yelling your full head off.
That's good. That's really good. Okay. Well, the other thing we could do is send Ryan L over to just shoot the breeze with her, so she can't.
I don't like
really...
the sound of it.
Huh?
Shoot the breeze sounds like something else.
Oh, shoot the bull. Shoot something. We could talk to her if she could hear us. And yeah,
she does move away. You do see her move away. It's just that you are being like below average, in terms of as quiet as you want to be. Okay. Occasionally, you're like trying to explain things, and your voice volume increases maybe for a moment. But basically, this is just the DC for like her awareness. Is basically what's happening here.
Okay.
It does seem like a waste to just let her go up and.
Yeah, morally it seems like we're just leaving her to basically die, and we're not doing anything to try and help. And also, we could find out information if you could persuade her to stay with us just for one night. We could find information, see if something comes to visit her, like it did Arnu.
If we pitch it as if she's letting us come with her, in other words, she's leading the way, and it was like we're not entirely sure what to do. If she's got in that headspace, if we cater to that and make it sound like we're needing her, then she may be more keen to jump on.
Yeah, I'll say with your dirty 20 insight check, or not 20 plus your wisdom insight check from before, I'll say you're definitely able to determine that she has the sleep deprived kind of badness, paranoia, but arrogance going on. You're able to detect that in her mannerisms.
Yeah, I think because she
Seems like a good plan.
yeah, she didn't seem too aggressively like, no, I definitely don't want to do it. She just seemed a little uncertain. So if we just throw it that way, and yeah, we might be able to manipulate it a little, massage the truth.
More arrogance rather than uncertainty. She thinks she can do everything on her own.
Okay, then we'll just feed that ego of hers, and we should be fine, I think.
Yes, yeah. When you asked if she's been affected by things, she told you where she came from. To build up some context to her situation, she came from the Hinterwoods, where she was investigating the witches there, and realized that a green hag was leading them. And now she suspects that a night hag is also affecting her sleep, wherever that hag might be. So you know there are at least 2 hags. I need each of you to make an Arcana check, please, or or history. They will yield slightly different results.
Ooh.
13
25.
on Tidvaz's Arcana check.
13.
Wait, you're doing Arcana?
Yes, I did that. Yeah.
So would it be better for me to do the history then, so that we don't have overlap?
It's up to you. It's not a problem. It's just what kind of information you can recall about hags.
Okay.
History would be like what you read about hags. Arcana would like in books, and if they're related to any events in the past and that kind of thing. Arcana would be like certain abilities the hags might have and how they operate, that kind of stuff.
All right, and Tinra, you got a what?
13 on that one.
13. Arnu, what'd you get?
Got an 8.
Arnu doesn't know about hags. 18. All right. So with an 18, you know that hags, if there's 2 of them, they're likely working in a coven, and the covens consist of 3. So there seems to be a hag coven related to, in some capacity, what's happening with the plague and the Rotblight.
Do we know? Sorry, I was just thinking. Hag covens, are they only one type of hag? So they'd all be night hags.
So you know, with even with the 13, you'd know they'd be all different hags.
Different hags, yippee!
Yeah. And they usually only work together for like a very specific purpose, because oftentimes they're all very self-interested, and indeed many hags can be broken apart if you turn them against each other, which can be easier said than done depending on their goal. If it benefits all of them, they're harder to break apart that way. But yeah, there's usually 3 different hags. So with the 13, you would know that knowledge. And then with an 18, in this particular circumstance, it's hard to say like how they're involved, but somehow they're involved with the plague. You know that the green hag must be in charge of the witches, as will the investigated. So a green hag is in the Hinterwoods controlling the witches, at least as far as you know. They all come from there, and probably have some influence in Ravenhorn and the woods surrounding, the Featherwood surrounding the small little village there. The Night Hag would explain the creature, the demon. For if the Night Hag's creature is a hag of nightmares, which would explain why she's been able to manipulate Blotha's sleep, she probably summoned the demon mare as well.
So
So you
it's worth investigating in general.
Yeah, so you suspect that with an 18 that the Night Hag is the one who is going to be the one who might be spying on you guys.
Does a 25 give us any really significant more information, or would it be better off put that in history?
Was your Arcana or History?
Yeah, Arcana was 25, and history would be 23.
Okay, because I heard an 18 over there. I thought
Oh, I thought that's what Arnu got. Did you say 1-8?
8.
No, she got an 8.
Oh, I thought you said 1-8. So I was like, so 18, and that's where that came from. Okay, so
sorry,
no,
I heard 8, then I heard 18, so I went with that.
Okay, we'll just stick with Arcana then. Whatever I can get for 25 on Arcana. Then.
25. So okay, I'll say this: you piece things together. You're not sure what the third hag is, but in terms of power level, Night Hags are the most dangerous, and Green Hags can be really dangerous as well. So you don't know if the third hag is more powerful than the Night Hag, or not as powerful. But there's all kinds of hags. There's green hags, night hags, sea hags, I don't know how to pronounce it. Boer hags, like bear hags, like the ones that usually tend to deal with cold and frost and that kind of stuff. Blood hags, Anna's hags. There's a whole bunch of different kinds of hags. So the third one is the Enigma, but there's at least a green and a night hag. And with a 25. The Rotblight has stalled a lot of its natural spread due to the massive ward covering Blighthorn. So it's had to spread in other ways. The mutated undead, you've seen that, okay, when things die, this Rotblight mutates them. But how is it spreading other ways? So you can gather that the hags are spreading this hag in lieu of the ward. So the Archwizard's magic preventing the spread, the hags are trying to prevent it further in their own ways. Those ways are still unclear, but the hags are working together, either with or for the observer.
Hang on a minute, I'm a bit confused. You're saying the hags are trying to prevent the spread?
They're trying to spread it in lieu of...
Oh, they're trying to spread it because of the walls, yes. Okay,
yeah.
So they're working with the observer. So I misheard you there.
Yeah.
I do not like green hags and ham. I do not like them. Sam,
why would you do that?
What?
You hear Ryan else spark up. Why on earth? He seems so appalled.
All right. So
well, yeah, that sounds a good idea. Long and maybe open her out.
Well, it's not a complete lie either, because it sounds like this is actually in our interest too. So if she's kind of on the trail, or they're kind of fixated on her, she might lead us to them, and that'll just make things easier for us. My question is, do we have what it takes to beat a green hag? Because I hear green hags. I have a sense that green hags night hags are terrifying creatures. So what do we have that? What's our ace in the hole against such malevolence?
They're stronger when they're in a coven. And they're strongest when they're all together.
So we need to split them up. And I do have protection from evil as well.
All right, so I'll infiltrate. I'll get them to fight against each other. I'll use gossip and slander and things of that nature. Get them to turn against each other. They'll flee the coven, and we can pick them off one by one. 6 months tops.
Okay. I think at this point, it might behoove me to actually show the overhead map so you can get a geographical sense of where things are.
I like behooving.
Behoove. It is incumbent of me to provide the map.
I'm the incumbent.
Where is it?
It's incumbent upon you to know that as well.
Ravenhorn. Landing. The Horny Raven.
I'm sorry. I thought of a very nice and proper joke just now, and it made me laugh.
There's the mountains. Ah, there we go.
Ah.
This isn't. It's the updated one. Nice.
So where are we right now?
So let me zoom in and let me get the ping tool. You guys are like here. Oh, that's massive. You guys are here. You can see that.
Yep. Okay. Good. And where is... Did she tell us where she's going? She said she just came out of the Hinterwoods, so that's to our to the east. Did she say where she was headed?
So she basically had to come around past Darkmire from the Hinterwoods. So she came from the Hinterwoods there. The Hinterwoods is a few days. Let's see, 2, 3, a couple days to the edges of the Hinterwoods. It's even longer to traverse into the middle of it. But she came from the Hinterwoods, which is to the. If you're looking at kind of like the Ravenhorn perspective in the mountains, it's to the east or southeast, depending where you go.
Okay.
So she came from there and went around the mountains. And basically, for a few days, as she got closer to the mountains, she clarifies because I didn't clarify. She got closer to the mountains. That's when the sleep depravity started to settle in.
All right. So she's. Is she hunt? I can't remember. Did she tell us that's where she's hunting the hag? So she's headed away from the mountains now?
Yeah, she's
okay.
Currently, she's still away from you unless you broke the huddle and went to reconvene with her.
Yeah. Okay. Do we want to just kind of move forward with that then, and talk to her and see where she's headed and what she's all about?
Yeah,
I think so. I mean, I don't want to divert too much because I kind of suspect that the person behind all this is actually back in Ravenhorn, as we were meant to be never come back, according to that other guy who attacked us. So, let's see if we've got information we can find out, but we don't really sidetrack for too long from that.
Well, we could just ask her to escort us to Ravenhorn. We'll see what she says. If she's like, no, I need to go somewhere. If it's along the way, then maybe we can diverge for a little bit, but otherwise we can try to keep her with us.
Potential opposite direction, but yeah, okay.
All right. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we walk on over to
Lova.
Yeah. So here's the thing: we're desperately trying to get to Ravenhorn, and none of us are good at anything, and we're in dire straits here. We could really use a very brave, strong, stunning, amazing warrior like yourself to give us safe passage to Ravenhorn. It'd be greatly appreciated if you could help us out in that way. Is there any possible way we could impose upon you to lead us to Ravenhorn?
With all your deeds, what deeds have you done?
Oh, that's.
What haven't we done? We helped clear the water, the wellspring.
Mm-hmm.
Just come from that.
And we fought a big water elemental, didn't we?
Yeah.
And yeah.
We just slayed a bunch of burrow thingies.
Mm-hmm.
And if you did come with us, we could always come back with you and help you on your errand with these witches and hags.
I'm confused. You say you're capable of nothing, but I see you're capable of several things.
Well, I'm also confused. You're supposed to be out of your mind with fatigue, and yet you're finding really, really clever ways to turn my words against me. But this task, this journey to Ravenhorn is far above us. What we just talked about, those things make us adequate. But what we need is to be exceptional. And I think, with you, we could... if it may help, I am Valentile. I don't know if you've heard of me.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Oh, God. Oh, that's right. I get a -2. All right, that's a 10.
It's a 10. That is correct. All right, she says. Very well. I will not escort you. I think you're quite capable on your own. But I need to get back to Ravenhorn regardless. So if we happen to travel together, I guess that would be a acceptable scenario.
Oh, well, that really didn't. We didn't need to say anything.
Yeah, that could have been much simpler.
But if you slow me down, I will not wait for you.
Right. Yeah. Sure. Cool.
All right. Well,
What do you mean by Sleeping.
Right. That could be a.
Right. Well, she turns afterwards to walk, and she explains as you guys are walking that, well, after investigating the Green Hag and the witches, and we must resume my hunt for the Death Weaver. And his
And
influence.
who's the Death Weaver then? Is that somebody different from the Observer?
They are one and the same.
Hmm.
The Death Weaver seems to be an avatar of the Rotblight and the Plague. It seems to weave death together. So the Sia Haraga has said. From the visions.
Well, we heard an interesting account on our travels of that the Observer has been seen sometimes away from Ravenhorn, riding a lizard beast which has got like hornet wings. It's been seen, I think it was about twice in the last fortnight.
This is
And then
true.
flying towards the mountains. Is that what you've heard as well?
Yeah, I've been tracking him out here to the mountains. And that's when I discovered that the witches might be involved. So I went to the Hinterwoods, because he travels from Ravenhorn to the mountains. Hiccup. Deep breath. There. And then he's traveled to the Hinterwoods for dealings there. But I don't know where else he's going. If he's going to more hags, it's certainly not in this area. There must be one closer to Ravenhorn somewhere. So that's what I'm going to investigate next.
Is there anything else you've learnt from your of the hags that you've investigated in the woods?
I was investigating signs of strange woodland creatures. Let me see, I actually have what it's supposed to be here. Give me 2 seconds here. I've heard rumors of beautiful women roaming the woods, and thought this can't be true. This has to be a trick.
I'm sorry. Wait. One more time about that now.
Beautiful women were roaming in the woods.
I'm unsubstantiated. You say?
Hard to say if they were witches in disguise,
Oh,
or if they were other creatures.
that would be some baggage, wouldn't it? Okay. Well, Ravenheart's still probably the best bet, I guess.
But I saw a lot of fungal growths in the woods. Something I didn't expect to see there. It doesn't seem natural for the amount of growths, especially the rings. Fungal rings, like circles. Like a ritual circle kind of thing.
I love that aside. Like, if you don't get it, there's a ritual circle guy.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that. It's because
That was
you
more for
hear
me, 'cause I
particularly
wasn't
like
explaining it
fey
well.
things. Yeah, like fey things. People often use like create like a
Toadstool,
natural
circle.
circle, toadstools and stuff.
And but as I got closer to where I think her lair was, this huge hulking creature made from fungus. I was seen guarding it, and I
Sounds
didn't
charming.
didn't want to waste my time fighting it, just in case it attracted the attention of others.
Well, I've heard enough. I mean, are we still thinking go west, young man?
I think we want to get back to Ravenhorn, see if we can find out who it was that sent that note.
Yeah.
Yeah, back to the Eyrie.
Aye, the Eyrie.
Aye, the Eyrie.
There can't be
So-
that many candidates, really.
No, there's not a whole lot. Alright, so you make your way, and another night, you eventually manage to walk for a considerable amount of time without any more incidents, which is great. I'm gonna move that encounter away. Oh, yep. Yep, that's it. So yeah, it's another night. You're all welcome to take another long rest.
Cool.
Let me just look this up here. If anyone used any resources, I guess there was just that fight. So yeah, you're welcome to. Yeah, I don't think we need to worry about short resting before then because there's nothing else that happens. Sweet.
And long rest, so I got another day on my book, another
Yeah,
2
you
hours,
can-
I should say.
Yeah, it's coming to the night. You can spend another day, another couple hours reading your book. You're also
Yay.
welcome to do. There's lots of downtime to travel as well. So as you make your way back, you'll have a few days. Here's where there can be an opportunity to describe how you level up to level 4. I know we've already done that, but if you want to have like a some time for a role playing moment to do so, you can. And also just kind of like a fun way to explain how do you learn these abilities. Like for example, Valentil, you have your identify spell. See how you learn that one or why. Sorry, Kate, you'll sound like you want to go first, so feel free. How do you improve on ability scores, and how do you get better overall, learn new things?
Two immortals.
Which is an opportunity. There's also an opportunity for me to try and find what I need to find, as you guys think.
I don't mind going first. I wasn't sure if Kate was going to go first, but the sound seemed to go, so I didn't hear what you just said.
Yeah, I missed part of it, so I wasn't sure.
Okay, so in terms of Tinwright leveling up, she just took a big chunk of time to actually sit down and go into a deep meditative sort of trance-like state and commune with Almara. And she was so anything Almara related tends to have like this honey sort of coloured mist when she's in those sorts of realms, communing with the goddess. And it was through her sort of session with the goddess that she sort of learnt some new abilities.
Yes, you found that connection to be a little bit weaker than it usually is, but she still, nevertheless, bestowed upon you some of the remaining luck that she had within that connection to you.
So that probably explains why my luck has been diminished as well. There's something still impacting that.
Cool. Awesome. Whoever next one to go for Valentine or Arnu. And what I'm looking for, but still feel free.
Okay. So yeah, I liked how I realized that there's far too much in this world that I don't understand and know about. So I decided I needed to be able to identify things. It's about time at my age I get a little better at pointing that thing out. So it involves a lot of touching, particularly of things that I want to identify, and so I've been learning to focus my daft magical properties into my hand and sift through the makeup of whatever I'm touching in order and draw out the inner workings and the mechanisms therein, and translate that knowledge into my brain in a more usable way. And I'm getting there. I'm still getting there. But this is the one I need the I don't see anything about the pearl in there. This is the one I need the pearl for?
Yeah, identify the spell identify. Yep. I can add it later.
Does it say why that?
Nope.
Okay. And I realized, though, that I was missing a crucial item. And intuitively, because I was using identify to identify the problem, it said, you need a pearl. And I was like, okay, so I got a pearl, and now I can identify things.
And now you can cast the spell. Pearls in my lore are like another way to you can add them to rings and stuff for charms and magical rings and other kind of things. Just as a means to create a spellcasting focus, because they're of that same kind of makeup. But other than that, so that could be this universe way of explaining why you needed that particular item, this particular type of spellcasting item for that spell.
Now, is D&D, is it like, in theory, just by being a magic user, are you able to intuit what it is you need to find, or do you need to find a book of lore or something that tells you, hey, seek out the pearl or seek out a widget or whatever?
Probably all of the above, whichever you want to do.
Huh.
Like a lot of people ignore material components. I like to think of them as like little mini opportunities to go on an adventure to get a material component for something,
Hmm.
or just put it into the story somewhere.
That works. That works. Okay, cool.
I think I just would start trying to fetch some arrows and just try and gradually figure out how to do that, which is quite a fiddly, complicated task, and just that way.
Learning to make arrows. Actually, speaking of which, I will add them to your inventory right now, but I managed to, during the break, quickly make a magic item. The arrows he gave you are arrows of damaging, so let me add 2 of those to your equipment. 2 equipment. And so this is what Torque gave you. I know it says longbow, but that's the only way I could make this work.
Mm-hmm.
They deal an extra 3d10 piercing damage if they hit an undead. I will clarify
Nice.
that. There we go. Arrow of undead damaging. That makes it easier. Now these are hard to make.
Yeah, I think I might just be like examining the ones that I've got and just trying to see specifically what bits and pieces they're made of and how they're put together.
And with the
Assess it.
identify spell as well, with Valentine, you're able to actually physically identify what these items are as arrows of damaging. Otherwise, it would have just been like weird, stinky arrows.
They are still weird, stinky arrows, but at least we know why they stink.
Yeah.
So much more than that.
Yeah. Awesome. So yeah, you guys managed to, as you guys look for camp, and below there goes to settle to sit down and rest after a long days of travel. You're welcome to spend some downtime to make things, rest up, or identify things. You have some potions in your inventories that you still don't know what they are. If you want to figure out exactly what those are, you can. Now's the opportunity. It's a minute to cast Identify each time, but you can spend a few minutes identifying all the magic items you have.
Yes.
All right, so let's get to that. Let me just pull up. The easiest way for me to do this is to pull up the table I have, and you could just tell me what it's either in your backpack or equipment, but what potions you guys have. I numbered them because that's what they are on my table.
I've got potion 13 and potion 30.
Okay, so potion 13 is described as a bubbling yellowish green or chartreuse liquid. Let's see here. It is one or the other. And it's from a witch, so it's probably they like to use acid or poison. So it's an acid. So this potion, the magic in this potion is called, it's a venom type of magic. So you could just call it a potion of venom. It deals an extra 2d4 acid damage. It's almost like an acid splash cantrip.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one was 30 something?
It's 30.
30. So you have the ability to, similar to what that Witch Magic Master cast as a Draconic Flame Fire Elemental. This one is the same thing, but in water form. So it's a Draconic Water Elemental. You can conjure one of those. So that's those potions.
Denise, I thought your camera froze for a second. You haven't moved in like 10 seconds until you blinked your eyes. I was like, oh my gosh, her camera froze.
No, I
She
was
just thinking.
just a bit tired and that a bit low energy this weekend.
Gotcha.
Alright, who wants to go next for their potions?
I've got potion 14 and I think it's 29. I can't read my own handwriting. That's dreadful, isn't it? Just go back and check on my sheet.
14?
14 and 29, yeah.
14 is the same, but this time as the venom one, but this time it's poison instead of acid, so it's a
Sound
2d4.
marvellous, don't they? 2d4.
What? And sorry, the other one was
29.
29. That's the exact, yeah, so it's another draconic water elemental.
Yippee. It's using this stuff. I mean, it sounds pretty evil, some of this stuff. Is it going to affect our alignment at all?
No.
So you've got a draconic elemental thingy.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
All right. I've got potion 51.
51 is... you can cast Guiding Bolt.
Oh.
It's a potion of Guiding Bolt, essentially.
Okay.
Hopefully your aim is better than mine. Wouldn't be hard.
All right, so that's... then I've got love potion number 9.
Ooh.
Kidding, of course. Potion 100.
Oh, yes. Potion 100. This is a very useful one. This is a portion of teleportation.
Nice.
Wait, teleportation?
Yep.
How many uses do I get?
It's one single consume use.
Oh, okay. So, and I'm guessing there's somewhere that tells you what the limitations of that and everything are?
Yeah, all potions are consumables.
Oh, no, by like what range? Like where can I teleport to?
Oh, that's random. I have it randomly here. But you can either use it on yourself, or you could use it on another creature to teleport them to another area.
So is it a sippy thing or it's a put it on him thing?
It could be both. You could drink it. You could cast like magic from it. You could throw it.
Oh, cool. Okay, so that might be something if we don't want to fight something, we can teleport it away. Is that how that works?
Yeah, it just needs to make a charisma save against your spell save DC, and then if it fails, shoop.
Nice. Okay. Cool.
That might be all the potions and other things.
I think that's all for me.
But if there's anything else to identify, we can also quickly deal with that.
Little bag of sand?
The bag of sand is just a bag of sand.
Excellent.
I guess the only other magic...
On my magical armor, I was just thinking, because obviously I put it on, we haven't identified that, have we?
Actually, that reminds me. I think we missed... Yeah. You haven't identified that just yet.
Oh, well.
So if you do so, it's the ethereal mail. So let me pull that up here. Ooh. Ethereal mail.
It's the counter to the material girl, I guess.
I'm laughing inside.
Your voice tells me otherwise.
Okay. So this armor has a secondary ability. It is called Ethereal Embrace. So once you attune to this item, which you now are attuned after wearing it for a few days, so you can hit the attune button on the armor itself in your inventory. While attuned to this item, when you take damage from an attack, you can use your reaction to expend one of the armor's 3 charges and turn invisible until the end of the next turn. Your next turn, any creature that has seen you become invisible in this way can see you thereafter as long as the creature succeeds on a DC 15 perception check to search for you. So they have to spend their whole turns looking for you. The armor regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. If you
I'm
expend the
sorry,
last,
I can't write that down that
Yeah.
fast.
it's
Where's
okay.
the
It's on
achievement thing
your.
anyway? Is it on there?
All the stuff's written down in the armor itself.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Where you said I had to hit an achievement or something? Where's that?
Yeah, just if you click the armor, there should be
Oh right, okay.
on the very
And
bottom.
it brings up a drop down.
Yeah. And
Okay.
it should be an attune button. Yeah, sorry, I didn't know you were writing it. It was just it's all under the description there already.
Okay, so under the drop down.
You can
Right.
also go to attunement in your inventory. It should show up there as well.
Attune. It's the second one along. If I click on it, it says attune. I think that's done it now. Hopefully that's yeah, I presume that's what that triangle is. The item's attuned, yeah.
Yes. However, instead of the you also learned last time that as you got hit, instead of turning invisible, nothing happened. So you also identified that this item is cursed. So there's hidden.
Okay.
So it's cursed. You weren't aware of the property even when you were returned with it, but since you cast Identify on it, you are now aware of the property, so that part of it is disregarded. But if it's used for the first time, something happens, so it hasn't been used just yet. Willingly used, but if you use it for the first time, you must make a DC 50. This is also written on the item.
Okay.
If you don't see it, that's because it's hidden. But let me now edit it to make it not hidden anymore. I had to think of a way to hide curses because optional curses. You're always going to see the item if you click on it to describe what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So let's fix that here. Save.
So I'll have to refresh in order to see the new information.
Yep. So I added the curse to there. So now you can see the curse. So basically, whenever you go to use the item's property, if you fail to save, instead of turning invisible, you will just glow brightly, like if you got hit with Guiding Bolt. It makes it easier for you to hit rather than harder.
So it's a bit like fairy fire if it goes wrong.
Yeah. And that's, I think, all the magic items.
Gave that Pearl a good workout. Now we know things. And knowing is half the battle.
Awesome. So, nothing else really happens. You spend some downtime resting up, and Bloatva tries to sleep as well. Let's see. Now let's find the thing I'm looking for. Yeah, I can't really see anything. Okay. Okay. Arnu, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
12. Okay.
That was cryptic.
So you guys go for a rest. Let me double check something real quick here, though. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So Blova actually manages to get a full night's rest.
Oh.
That's good.
So is she looking slightly less deranged when we're having breakfast then?
Yes, slightly less deranged for sure, because I can remove one of her levels of exhaustion then. So she's down to second level 2 instead of level 3. She's looking a little bit better.
So I wonder if it's partly a proximity thing as to how strong the effect, either that or whatever it is, has been discouraged by her having company.
I think it's the latter. Didn't want to mess with the
Well,
clan
that's
of-
scary, are we?
Oh yeah, no, quite the fearsome. Well, and they've already. Well, if it's the same one that went after Arnu, they already kind of know that we're onto them, and it's already grabbed a bit of her fur. So that's we're not going to take too kindly to seeing that little scrub again.
Since you mentioned that, can you make an Arcana check for me, please, Valentin?
Why, certainly. Oh!
Oh no!
There we go. It fell on the floor. That is Arcana. Hot damn. 25.
So
Tell
you're
me
able to
all the
piece-
things.
You're able to piece together that with super high rolls with Arcana and knowing some things about hags. So you've been around. Valentil's been around. So you're able to determine that the Night Hag can influence people from the ethereal realm. But in order, like, that's how they're able to get in contact, by existing in another planet, on another plane of existence. The ethereal, like a otherworldly, ghostly, misty realm. You kind of think about it logically for a few moments and realize that the reason why Blotha was able to get a night's rest was because the hag has to be on the same plane of existence as you in order to cast the scrying spell. So she cannot be in the ethereal plane to manipulate Blotha's dreams and spy on you at the same time.
Ah, so creepy hag lady was watching us sleep.
You
I take
gather.
nope. Huh?
With the 25, you gather as much.
Okay. I share this with my friends because that shouldn't creep us out at all. So good news, she can't cast a spell. The bad news is she's watching us all sleep. Yay.
Oh, great.
Well, no, wait a minute. So does that mean she exists in the other dimension when she's doing that, or does that mean she is like a part of her is projected? I mean, in other words, is her body going to be inert somewhere while she's doing that, or is she literally completely transposed to the dimension when she's trying to mess with dreams and stuff?
Yeah, it doesn't say she has to be within a certain range, just on the same plane of existence. So she can be anywhere, and she just has to focus on the spell itself, but she's not like frozen still. Like
Okay.
she's not like incapacitated. She just has to concentrate on it, like you would concentrate on your lightning spell.
Right. Speaking of spells, what sorcery is playing across your face here? I'm guessing it's. Are you able to feel that? There's like light. There's rainbow lights dancing across your face.
I can see it and feel
Right.
it. We just have glass decorations of starfish, and my mom made some glass birds.
Oh,
And
nice.
the sunlight's coming in from the window over here, so it's casting glows.
Cool. Yeah, it's moo mysterious. It's like that's
So yeah, you suspect the hag was spying on you.
okay. All right. So yeah. So that means though that she could if she wanted to she could switch between spying, dream dabbling, spying, dream if she wanted to. She just has to concentrate on the latter, right? Or is it? I'm just wondering. Okay.
I would say as soon as she leaves this plane of existence, the spell ends, so she can't do both.
Right, but she could re-engage. I might. So it sounds like it's an either or. Like she was watching us instead of messing with the dream. Could she have dabbled back and forth, done an hour of one, an hour of the other, or it's a kind of a one long rest, one time during a long rest type thing?
She could theoretically cast it as many times as she can.
Okay.
Like in terms of like spell slots, quotes,
Right.
like how many times a day she can do it.
Yeah.
She could essentially make it as many times as she needs to. Because
Cool.
it doesn't last for hours. The spell only lasts for shorter than that, up to 10 minutes.
So the 10-minute spell can disrupt an entire night of sleep?
It depends on what you guys were talking about. As you guys were walking and that kind of stuff, any information you might have learned, she might have gathered that you know. Depending on what you discussed around your campfire.
Oh no, I mean, so when you said the spell she casts, that it's the you can't sleep spell that
Oh,
lasts
that's a
only
different
for 10
thing.
minutes?
Yeah, she can only do that once per day.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. I was gonna say, damn, that's broken. Okay. Good to know. Yay, Incarna. Okay. All right. So. All right. So, well, that means she's physically there. That for her to watch us, that's not her. Whatever. That means she was physically somewhere close enough to where she could see us. Is the inference.
Close enough to know who you are, especially if she has a body part.
Oh, right. Or does hair count as a body part?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's. So you're a liability. Oh, no, you're just a liability covered in body parts, easily cut off. She got to take my finger if she wants that.
Valentil says with his big mustache and long flowing locks.
Hey, I'm hypocrite, dwarf, and elf all rolled into one. Trifecta. Okay. All right. Well, I guess we should make haste. I'm not gonna. Should we share that with what's her name?
Bolva?
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Yeah. Seems related.
I should know she'd be able to like how she'd respond to it, but okay. So yeah,
She's looking a little bit more rational today, so I think hopefully she'll continue to sleep better and then can think through the implications a bit better.
So you mentioned it to her?
Yeah.
And she says, well, it seems like your meddling has allowed me to get a good night's rest, so well done.
Sorry, meddling?
Your interference with the hag's business.
Ah. To know if you're qualifying what we're doing as a troubadour of compadres as meddling. But glad you clarified. We're good.
She narrows her eyes at you. And then she goes, off we go then. The next morning.
Right? Okay.
All right. So, partway through the day, she Blotha walks along and eventually whistles very loud. Because I remembered that she has actually a horse. So eventually she gets her horse back, and for sake of brevity, just rides off back to Ravenhorn without you.
What a bitch with a capital B.
That's charming, isn't it?
He bids you farewell and thanks you for allowing her to
Welcome.
have this rest. He's like, I'll see you around, heroes. And heroes, kind of like almost sarcastically, and runs off.
Not if we see you first.
That's gratitude for you when you've given her a decent night's sleep, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what happens with indefinite madness.
I think that's actually mostly her. The madness is just a little bit. She's just a crazy. Yeah. Well.
So the rest of the walk back is relatively uneventful, other than probably I was gonna say a couple more attempts at spying. So you're welcome to make another wisdom save throughout the day as well, Arnu.
Eight. These dice suck.
Y'all keep going digital. I'm telling you, analog's the way to go.
Yeah, I know.
Sometimes.
However, none of you are aware of these happening. It's unfortunate that I guess I could message saying I asked for a wisdom save because now you know there's something happening, but you're mostly aware of it anyways. You're just not sure. You can't see the thing, the sensor, the thing that she's looking through to see you guys. So at some point, just at some point throughout the day that perhaps she might be watching you. So you don't know. You might be more wary to divulge information or share things. But at the end of the second day, nothing happens, and then throughout the third day, as you are nearing Othin's Eyrie, and I finally found what I was looking for. There it is. There we go. I am going to pull up. Ooh, I need to refresh this page, and then I'm going to pull up the one map. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, an entire pack of bar guests show up and kind of encircle you. Let me just pull up this map. It's far more exciting if I can find the map. There it is. There we are.
Oh, just when a meat shield would have been useful. Dag, damn it.
Oh wow.
That seems like a lot.
So as you were making camp and settling in for the night, you were interrupted by all of these bar guests who kind of show up and encircle you around your camp. And you hear like the of some really high fast-paced wing beats landing just in the darkness ahead of you that you can't see.
Even better. Yippee! It's probably the lizard beastie thing, isn't it? They're in our luck.
It's gotta
And
be.
then you hear the sound of metallic feet.
So it's
hitting
the
the ground.
observer. Yippee!
And striding towards you beyond the lights, Arnu, you can see the vague shape of the creature with your dark vision, and you also can see the vague shape of the observer striding towards you.
Yippee!
Walking slowly,
Observer.
saying nothing. One of the Bargas parts way, and I don't know who's all in what. This is just unfortunately how things have to work in terms of maps. He strides towards you, and wordlessly he reaches towards Tinra.
Right, lucky me. Do I have time to cast Protection from Evil by any chance? As he's striding over?
Yep, you definitely have enough time.
I might as well do then.
I think that
He's
means they just
obviously-
have disadvantage on stuff against you, I believe.
Yeah, so I might as well cast that. Just going back to my spells. I want to just refresh my memory of what it does. Protection from evil. Okay, so until it ends, a willing creature and myself is protected against certain types of creatures and undead. So aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae,
Yep.
fiends, and undead.
Yep.
Grants benefits of creatures of those type have a disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. Also can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them. If they are already charmed, frightened, or possessed, then they have a advantage on any new saving throw against the relevant effect.
Nice. So Arnu, if you're in front of Tinra, he will try and push his way past you.
Hmm.
You can either resist or just allow him to walk past.
What a question.
Neither one sounds like a great idea.
It's a bit like I was thinking of Robin Hood and his Merry Men. It says, "Spare me, take them instead."
Right.
For context, he strides out of the darkness, walking towards you, and at a slowish pace, like he's taking his time getting to you.
It's a show off.
Yeah, and as he's wordlessly as well. And then if Arnu, if you're in front, he will try to move past you. His eyes
Skewer him with
focused.
one of your arrows.
That's true. Ooh. I might let him, but then shoot an arrow at him once he's behind me, if that makes sense. So he's not looking at me.
Okay. So you ready your bow, or do you shoot him as soon as he gets past?
I feel like he's baiting us.
I have to ask these questions.
I think I might just ready it because it depends. Maybe this might just be a Might be the thing that's
If you say he's
come from-
misunderstood,
He's come for a friendly fireside chat. He likes
Maybe
our.
it's like, maybe it's like a
arrangement.
warning, and then as soon as something remotely suspicious happens beyond this, then it's gone. It's in his bag.
Yeah, how do you know? How do you know where we were as well? I mean, I guess the hag told him. It's quite a
He might
direct
have
approach,
something to
considering he
say.
spent most of his time standing around, isn't he?
So, like working your way through a crowd, trying to get to your friend after you've fallen behind to tie your shoe, he kind of pushes Arnu to the side and then reaches towards Tinra. Specifically, he just reaches towards your head and is looking to pluck a single strand of hair.
So I'm allowed to sort of dodge, am I?
You can do something to avoid it if you like.
Yeah, I'm not going to just stand and let him take something, because he's probably going to use it for some nasty magic. So I shall step back and warn him to halt and see whether there's any set. Can I see it? Does he have any expression, or is he looking totally? Does he look sentient?
You can see there's high intelligence behind his eyes, but he says nothing. Completely neutral face. So if you back up, just for context, there's the Bargus completely surrounding you, preventing a lot of movement.
Well, I'm going to hold up my holy symbol, and because my second reaction will be trying to turn them, since there's a lot of them.
I need to make
He's
a
not going to
lot
be
of
turned because
saves.
he's too powerful, but I might as well try and turn as many of them as I can while I've got a few moments, even the odds a bit.
Your intuition's correct. He is immune to turning.
Well, I think the fact he had a high intelligence in his eyes was a good clue.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to be, and also traditionally it's normally the lower level stuff that gets turned first anyway.
I'm just making a bunch of
Yeah.
saves. Most of them are succeeding. And
It's our lucky day. Is he enhancing their abilities
some
to
of them.
save or something?
So I would say the ones closest to you enough to are turned. So he's going to. That's a lot of. So I would say all these ones. The rest kind of try and fill in the gaps as you try and move around. But the rest, I'm just going to color code them pink. The pink ones are turned just real quick. Because I didn't roll low for a lot of them. But a good chunk of them. Flee.
I think it's the dicey situation we're in.
Yeah.
Any help's worth having, as far as
Yeah,
I'm
that-
concerned.
It is.
So he brushes past. He's trying to get into here. This one, they're trying to still close off with the rest that are not frightened. Zerber reaches towards.
Trying to hit him in the back.
Yeah, I'm going to raise my mace, ready to sort of hit him back if he tries again.
Okay, he is going to. Oh wait, that's the wrong modifier. So he doesn't actually hit you. I was rolling just an attack roll to see if he manages to get makes physical contact, kind of like an unarmed strike kind of ruling, to see if he gets your strand of hair. And if you do you raise your shield up? Raise your AC is 16.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to. I'd want to contest him taking something. He's not there for happy reasons, is he?
He is not, but he's not able to get to your hair. You manage to put your shield up, you ready your mace, and he grabs your shield, puts a hand on your shield, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Unless you hit him with your mace.
Mm.
14 looks decent, but as he's powerful, I'm not sure that would be good enough. But
14's
14.
decent, but yeah, unfortunately, it's not quite the DC. So I need to grab this.
or is that for like avoiding and grabbing something again?
So you take 12 points of piercing damage, and
This is with
And-
protection from evil. Is this?
you
So is that like
might have
some
advantage
necrotic
on the
damage?
save.
Yeah, I
I
was
would
just
say you
thinking, is
have
that
advantage on
necrotic
the save.
damage? Because is it necrotic than that?
It's
'Cause
not
if it
necrotic,
is-
but I think you actually might have advantage on the saving throw. So you roll, see what happens.
I thought I had just had rolled I got a 14, didn't I?
I think that was the flat. I think you might have advantage because of protection. That would
Yeah,
make
I
sense.
just need to look at the. To go back to the spell. I don't know if it specifies what
I'll rule
advantage
it
I
this
have.
way for now. We can always look it up later.
Well, I've done a 14, but I don't know what advantage I get on top of that.
If it's with advantage, you can re-roll. If it's higher, that's better.
Am I meant to click something to roll with advantage?
I just roll again since you already rolled once.
Okay.
Just
That's
advantage
worse,
on attack roll.
definitely. I shouldn't have bothered with the digital dice. They hate me. Never
Okay.
mind. So we'll go with the first one.
So you still take. I can't remember what I said, but I think it's like 12 or.
Is it 12? Is it 11 or 12? I think it was.
Yeah. So 12 points of piercing plus 2, 6.
20 down to 24 then.
Plus another 10 points of force damage. So as he reaches out towards you,
Really? That's a
he, gr-
heck of a lot. But
he
so I'm
grabs
taking off another 10. Sorry, I took off 12. Another 10
12,
points, did you say?
another 10 points. This is like
It's like more than half my health.
So he grabs your shield as you raise it up against him, and it's a non-magical shield, so it shatters.
Lucky me.
Hmm.
And
Well,
then
that's his opening gambit.
he'll try again to pluck hair. At this moment, Arnu, if you wanted to release that radiant arrow, you can.
Yeah. Let's go. Do I put that other one? He's undead, isn't he?
He's undead, yep.
Undead? Yeah. So where? Oh, yeah. Where are you? Oh, there you are.
Oh, the new arrow?
Yeah.
Just
Just
roll
one
the
of
hit
them.
first. Let's just see if you hit it. Hit
Oh
him
yeah,
first.
yeah, that makes sense. One.
Yes, that will hit.
Nice.
So yes.
That's 3d10.
Plus your normal bow damage.
The normal is 4.
4, and then yes, 3d10. So yes,
Right.
4 damage.
18.
19. So I'll say because you used an arrow of damaging, because normally the arrow would have just, especially since you rolled a 1 on the damage dice, it's like thunk, you would not have noticed. Because it was an arrow of damaging and it blasts a significant hole, I re-rolled the attempt because of the effect of the arrow, and he gets a nat 1. So he completely whiffs on trying to obtain a hair lock of his own, and withdraws his hand and goes to retreat as well.
Thank goodness for that. I don't really fancy having my health halved again.
He just gives you, as he turns, he looks at you and gives you a long stare down, and then
He's not interested in anyone else then, is he? That's
then
interesting.
He gives a snap of his fingers and a little this kind of motion. I don't know if I can capture it on the camera, but like one of these above his head. And then the other bar gets that didn't run away and close around you, and we will roll for initiative.
All of us, or just round me?
Just next session.